Great song to start off a Friday. Hello, everyone. God damn it. Shit. Hello. Okay. I'm just gonna turn this up. So you can hear. Ah! Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, it's getting kind of old. Come on. Oh God. Okay. Okay. Oh no. Oh, this might be the worst it's been. Okay. I think that's good. I think we're good. Okay, no, just don't touch it. Do not touch. No touchy. Okay, there we go. Now we can start. Yeah, I love this song. Great way to kick off the stream. Dawn Films, thank you for the 17 months. Okay, I'm going to turn this down a little bit. Hello, everyone. Excited for another Friday of jazz. Here you go. It's jazz night, baby. No, we're not doing jazz. I know I said that I was probably going to do it today, and I lied. I lied about it because I was looking at everything that I want to cover tonight and then realizing like that the rest of the weekend is cooked because I'm doing Streamer Olympics, and tomorrow we have a call time of 10 or 10:30, something like that, and it goes until at least 7, I think. So yeah, it's a really, really long day tomorrow. I already know I'm not going to make it there at 10 or 10:30. Oops. Mitch, thank you so much for the 16 months. So anyway, there's a lot of stuff that I want to cover tonight, and I don't really want to be streaming until 2 in the morning because tomorrow's going to be a very long day. Team Podcast was nerfed. Oh, yeah, our team was nerfed. Ludwig has taken Will Neff from our team. Will Neff is no longer on Team Podcast. We are no longer on the same team together. He's going back to OTK. And I looked at Ludwig's face and I was like, how good is your team? And he said, we're pretty good. And I went, okay. So now OTK has Mizkif, S-Fand, E-Rob, and Will Neff. And then I think Ted Nivizin is replacing Will. So Ted better step it the fuck up. Wait, it's not E-Rob? Whose team is E-Rob on? Okay, wait. So Emily's on... Okay, Emily is on OTK. So it's Will, Emily... It's Will, Emily, E-Rob. No, why do I keep saying E-Rob? I think I saw a photo of E-Rob. I think somebody posted a photo of them at the airport. Let me just look at all the teams right now. All right, here we go. Let's take a look. Offline TV. Disguised Toast. City On. Lily Pichu, Michael Reeves. Team podcast. Me. Okay, it is Ted, Nut, Austin Show. Team OTK, Ms. Kiff, S Fan, Extra Emily, Will Neff. I'm so mad. YouTube, Michelle Carre, Odd Ones Out, Point Crow, Sam Bucha. Twitch, E-Rob, Sea-Dog VA, Squeaks, Cinna. Red Bull, Ludwig, Mango, I Am Fall from Grace, Lachlan. FaZe Clan, Jason the Ween, Cutie Cinderella, Stable Ronaldo, Adapt. 100 Thieves, Nicewig, Valkyrie, Vinny Hacker, Jesser. This team is also gonna be really good, I think. Team Twitch is kind of cooked. What do you mean? Squeaks is the greatest athlete of our generation. Okay, if I'm being honest, and I don't know everyone who's participating, but I think Red Bull is stacked because I asked Ludwig and he admitted it. 100 Thieves. OTK. I'm very curious how podcast is going to be, my team. I'm so curious. Austin and I have been taking our steroids, so hopefully that will help. FaZe is stacked because they have Cutie to carry them. Yeah. Cutie's certainly going to bring them the dub. Austin only has glam muscles. I know. Austin's got glam muscles. Ted's a big guy. I don't know how athletic Ted is. I've heard that Nut is very athletic. Glam muscles is so funny. And then it's going to depend on what it is. I'm certainly going to kill myself trying. Where are you on the podcast team? That's a good question. It's because I am, in essence, a podcaster. Talk a lot, I've talked about a podcast that is not a real podcast yet, but one day. The yarn is real. And also, maybe they needed a lady. Maybe they needed a gal. So I don't know. Could possibly have something to do with it. Have athletic women who want to compete. Are you a DEI hire? Yes. Actually, on our team, yes. I am the DEI hire. Many people are wondering what events will be at Streamer Games. Well, here you go. Tungsten cube toss, 99 meter dash. How the hell is a 1 meter dash going to work? I don't understand this. 1 meter? So, like a jump? And then volleyball, relay race, tablecloth pull, tug of war, gymnastics. Oh, God. Oh, what does this mean? What do we think we need to do for this? Hope you got your middle splits. Let me see how... Hold on. I don't think I have... Don't look at the laundry on the bed. What else do we think is going to be in the Olympics? Shoes on the bed? No, these are my slippers, my indoor slippers. Do you think we need to do like a tumble? Let me practice. Okay. Whew, kind of lightheaded from that. That wasn't bad. What else could we what is going to be from? Can I just do the dance move like All right, I'm not going to watch anymore in case I get banned from watching that Olympics clip. I'm not going to risk any bans. I know, NBC. Oh, look who sent that to me. Look at who sent it to me, and what are the current standings with how many times I've gotten banned? Why haven't I learned by now? I have not learned. I say you copy the Australian breakdancers routine exactly and do that for gymnastics. It's literally the would you still love me if I was a worm? Well, here I am as a worm. Peachy Banana, thank you for the prime. Gymnastics. It's gotta be like a meme. It can't be real gymnastics. Ribbon dancing. This is Will for gymnastics. If this is another Olympics clip, I can't watch. Okay. Wait, did Will tell you guys that he wants to basically like have a cigarette in his mouth during every event? Oh, he showed this. Yeah, this is what he wants to do. Yeah, he wants his Olympics character to basically be Vince Vaughn in old school. I can see Ted doing this with whiskey. Yeah, here's the thing about tomorrow. It's going to be a mix of people who are taking it very seriously and showing up like ready to kick ass, and then ones who are who are let's just say not doing that. I would not be surprised if Ted is carrying a bottle of whiskey around. Yeah. Doing it for the content. Okay, so we got gymnastics, a dunk tank. Simon says game of bull. Oh, is that basketball? Oh, nar. Oh, nar. Distance throwing. Oh my God. I have not thrown the shot put in a very long time. But once upon a time, I was a shot put thrower. I made it to state. Guapoco, thank you for the 21 months. You looked like a real athlete in dodgeball. You look natural in these games. I know. I have to defend my MVP title. Okay, so we've got distance. Yes, I threw. So this is such a funny thing. When I was in junior high, I did track and field. I ran the 800 and then I threw the shot put. So when it was sectionals, which if you qualified, then you would make it to state. I ran the 800 and it was the fastest I don't even understand. Cause like I was okay. I was fast, but I wasn't like the fastest person, but at state or at sectionals, for some reason, I ran the fastest 800 I'd ever run. Is it sectionals or whatever is like the qualifier event? Like everybody everybody competes, and then if you qualify, you make it to state. I don't know. I can't remember what that was called. But anyway, so I ran the 800, and I ran the fastest 800 I'd ever run in my life, and I don't even understand it. To this day, I don't know how it happened. And then right after I finished and I qualified for state, which was shocking because my previous times were not even close to qualifying for state. So then I had to run over to the shot put field right after I'd finished the 800. And then I threw the shot put and also made it to state. But then I didn't end up going to state because I had a piano recital. That is the most Asian sounding thing ever. It was like, oh yeah, I qualified for state in 2 track and field events, but I had a very important piano competition, so I had to go to that instead. Who knows? That could have been, if I had gone to state, if I had gone on and competed, maybe I would have made it to the Olympics eventually. Did your track coach beg? Yeah, I'm trying to remember what happened. I'm pretty sure it was piano. It was something. It was definitely because I was like doing competitions. I was doing like classical piano competition, and I think I don't know. It was junior high though, you know what I mean? Like I think it would have been different if it were high school. And I went, oh yeah, sorry, I can't compete in high school. I don't really remember the coach being that mad. Maybe they were. Maybe I'm just misremembering because it was almost 20 years ago. Wait, no, that's not right, is it? Yeah. Let's see, I was 13-ish. So yeah, 19. Like almost 9. Oh my God. Sheesh. You're the reason Asians are underrepresented in sport. Yeah, it's true. I could have been an Olympian shot put thrower. I mean, how many Asian Americans have there been in that field competition? Could have been me. Okay, so then we got the water bucket challenge and the pentathlon. What is a tungsten cube toss? Tungsten world's heaviest cube. It's throwing a heavy cube. It's really heavy. Let me see if I can find very heavy cube. I just want a clip of like someone throwing it.
Remember that video I made about the tungsten cube that I got to decorate my room?
There's literally a video of Ludwig.
$4,000. I was doing a charity event. We reached $100,000, and now
I'm gonna throw it at this Tesla.
Here it is. Oh! That went clean through.
Whose Tesla is that? Did he buy a Tesla just to do this video?
Someone find my cube!
Oh my God. It's fine.
Dude, it's not even like slightly.
No, it's just a little dusty.
I thought it was gonna shatter.
No. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Stanford, open it up. I'm itchy.
Tungsten cube. Do you know how I ended up getting a dog when I was young? I would have been 10 years old. We had a little
How much does it weigh?
a little outdoor pond with like 6 goldfish. I was playing.
Tungsten cube toss. Wait. And it costs $4,000. How much does each size of tungsten cube weigh? Okay, so the smallest one, 42 pounds for the 4-inch. Oh my God. Tungsten is one of the most durable metals. It could probably withstand soaring through the Earth's atmosphere without problem. Jesus. Okay. So we're throwing that. We're throwing that one. I think this is going to have to be one where it comes from the legs. Gotta use your legs or you're just going to destroy your arms. Yeah, 42 pounds is very heavy. Is very heavy, and that is a very expensive item. Okay. Let me look at the rest of these. 99 meter dash. I think I'll do okay in that. 1 meter dash is going to be hilarious. Volleyball. We did volleyball for OTK. I think I'll do okay in this. Relay race. Is it a 4x100? Or I wonder, I bet they're going to like meme this shit up. Tablecloth pull where you just a 4x1 meter race. Tug of war is going to be interesting. See, this is where I think like Austin's shown his glam muscles. It's not going to do anything. Why are you not at the gym right now training for this? That's a good question. Also, I fell off on the gym this week. Remember how I was all like, "Yeah, I'm going to do gym stuff every day." I have fallen off because this week has been very busy. So I haven't done gym stuff. Oops. White people DD, thank you for the bits. Instead of the gym, you did Beyblades, and I did. I know, I did the Beyblade tournament. Gymnastics. I don't think anyone's going to be good at this, so dunk tank. Okay. If I'm looking at these, like, what do I think that I'm really gonna... What do I think I'm gonna shine in... I think I'll be... I think... I've never done a tablecloth pull, but I actually feel kind of like I might be able to do that one. I like how I picked the one I've never done. I think volleyball I'll be good in. And I don't know if I can summon 8th grade me for distance throwing, even though I don't lift weights. I haven't lifted weights like that in a long time. Anyway, I guess we will see. What are the events that we're doing tomorrow? I think they had a list of the ones that are local moves. Hi. Okay, Ludwig streamer games tomorrow. Here's the schedule. The show begins at 1. And we're starting off with the 99 meter dash. Okay. And then it's the 1 meter dash, the water bucket challenge, volleyball, tungsten, cube toss, tablecloth pull, gymnastics. Whew! That is going to be a long athletic day tomorrow. What's my team? My team is Team Podcast. It's me, Ted Nivison, Austin Show, and Nut. Who from your team is doing gymnastics? Yeah, so I don't know if it's something where like everybody participates or you pick one person to compete in. I mean, volleyball, obviously it's going to be everyone. Are you on a podcast? Kind of. Sort of. Somewhat. It counts. It does. It does count. Sejong Simp, thank you for the 7 months. What do you think will be your best? I think either volleyball, or I'm pretty good at throwing. I think like if the dunk tank is you got to throw the ball and dunk people, I have like decent accuracy. What's up, everyone? Is Bull just horse with basketball? Yeah, I think so. I do believe so. Atlantic Tuna, thank you for the 11 months. Pepperoni, thank you for the 11 months. Vate, thank you for the 4 months. Okay, anyway, that is the schedule for tomorrow. So that's what I'll be doing tomorrow. I honestly don't know if I'm going to be able to stream when I get home. I probably won't be home till like 8:30, and it's to be determined. I also have not made my plans for the DNC yet. A while ago, you talked about covering the DNC on site. Is that still in the cards? I don't know. Both Austin and Hassan were talking to me about Chicago yesterday, and I went, I haven't fully decided yet what I'm doing. And Austin was like, why don't you come stay at our hotel? I went, Austin, my family lives in Chicago. Oh, then I think you're not getting... No, okay, so I've talked about it. Here's the deal. I was pursuing credentials through my aunt who's contracted with the DNC and is fundraising money. So she's getting like donor credentials. But I fucked up because I didn't realize that the DNC had opened up to creators. I just like realized it too late. And then I didn't realize that the credentials my aunt was working on for me are not media credentials. I know, I'm a wealthy DNC donor. So I just like that's why I'm also like, I don't know what to do. And obviously there's going to be a lot of protest outside, which will be really important to cover. So I think I am going to go. And plus my mom has been calling me every single day. And when I said yesterday, I was like, well, I don't know. She goes, no, you're coming. You must go. She's like, we've got all these events and stuff to go to. I'm like, yeah, but I don't want to just go to events. She's like, yeah, but I can introduce you to all these people. I'm like, I don't want to just hang out with Democrats though. I don't want to go to fancy donor events. You know what I mean? Like I'm not in fundraising anymore. I don't care about being with these people. I hate a lot of these people. Like it's not something that I'm looking to go hobnob and go to very fancy events in Chicago. And anyway, I simply cannot believe your aunt was specifically the donor pressuring Biden. Yeah, right. Does your mom work in politics right now? Yeah, a lot of my family members do. So that's why I used to work in politics. So we'll see, you guys. It's really one of those. I mean, I was talking to Marsh yesterday too, and even he was still like, yeah, I don't know what we're doing yet. They're going. He's like, I know Hassan's going to do his streams from the hotel room in the morning. And then like Marsh just he's like, I'm going to Chicago, but we don't have anything set up yet. So I don't know. It's one of those where like I do want to be there for at least part of the DNC because it is historic, and I think like the protests of the DNC are going to be really really important to cover. Nonstop Otterpop, thank you for the 23 months. Why people? Deanie, thank you for the gifted. Ian, thank you for the 9 months. I've had a couple people have been just messaging me this week. They're like, "What are your plans? You know, got any big plans this week?" I'm like, I haven't even booked my flight. I am taking things 1 minute at a time. Hassan told him to bring pot stuff in case Obama interview happens. My question is, what's he gonna ask him that Obama's team would approve of and that people would actually be interested in hearing his answers on? Is he gonna be like, so, Mr. President, can you explain how like hope and change became drone and deport? Like any of the things about Obama that genuinely I would love to hear Obama talk about. There's no way his team is going to pre-approve that. I don't know. Yeah, ask him about his Netflix production deal. Just play basketball, I guess. Yeah. I mean, anyway. Ask him what he thought about Charlie XCX on his summer playlist. You know what I would ask him? I'd say, do you really read all those books? I'd say, Mr. Obama, tell the people the truth. Because it'll be super relatable. Do you really read all those books? I know. Hassan Minhaj did a bit when he interviewed him. Yeah, he did that joke. Anyway, you guys, I that's my answer for you. I think if I had to, like, am I going to go? Am I not going to go? I'm leaning towards that I am going to go, at least for a part of the DNC. I just don't have Twitch. Once I realized about the creators thing, I have Twitch working on it, and I have like my manager working on it. I just kind of fucked up. And obviously it's very close to the DNC. So I don't know if I'm going to get the creator credentials in time because I think they've already gone through and like approved everybody. So either I just try to make content inside the DNC, and then when it's when someone realizes I don't have media credentials, they'll be like, you can't do that, and I'll go and I'll just point to someone random. They're like, hey, I think security's talking to you. Hey, I don't think you can have your phone out taking selfies. Anyway. Anywho. You guys, it's not a matter of like needing to talk to Hassan. I appreciate you guys being like, talk to Hassan. I'm letting you know I have my contacts as well. It is literally insane to try to be doing it 3 days before the DNC. Like, it doesn't matter how big of a creator you are. It's the DNC. It's not just getting into some event. It's having to like be vetted and approved for certain credentials the week of the DNC. And it's my fault that I pursued this path too late, because the path I was pursuing was not the one I should have pursued, because that was not the media path. Oops. It's the DNC after Understats. It's the DNC with everything that's going on, which includes massive protests that are already being planned for the DNC. Like, Hassan is not Kamala Harris, who's, like, let's say that I was like, look, I really need a favor, Kamala Harris, then maybe it would work. But anyway, all right, so we got a lot of news to cover today. A lot of stuff to talk about. About 30 to 40,000 people are supposed to be at the protest, I heard. Yeah, it's it's going to be a very large showing. I worked the DNC for Phil DeFranco's company for the 2012 election. Getting credentials was tough. We had to trade off badges between shifts, different context nowadays, but those credentials are not easy to get. Yeah, they're not easy to get. And there are people who like have been working on it for months. Months. Because it's the DNC. And it's the first time that they've opened things up to content creators. The White House also hosted content creators, I think, yesterday. If you want to interview uncommitted folks, we have a few central locations outside the security perimeter. Hit me up. Yeah, I will. Just tell them you were Dodgeball 2023 MVP. Hi, do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? Don, Jenny, thank you for the 2 months. The DNC is their own group of very sycophantic creators. The one thing they did say, because I was reading about it yesterday, is they said, we won't revoke your credentials if you have like criticized Biden or if you've said negative things about the about the Democratic Party. They're like, we won't we will not revoke your credentials. But it did still kind of feel like, really? You won't. It is good that that was specified. That they're like, yeah, even if you've been talking shit on us, we're still going to let you in. But there's going to be a lot of a lot of content creators that are there, including a number of leftist streamers on Twitch who I think are coalescing in Chicago. Caroline, I think it'll still be productive. No, it will. I'm like, I recognize that for sure. What will be happening outside the DNC is going to be very worthy of covering, and there's going to be a lot of action. I think it's just also this week has been very busy, and then this weekend I'm tied up with Ludwig's Olympic streamer games, and so I just keep telling myself, I'm like, okay, you gotta make the decision here because you might need to fly out late Sunday night or really early Sunday morning. Austin is flying out Sunday night, and he was talking to Ludwig. He goes, does the venue have showers? And Ludwig said, I'm not sure about that. And Austin goes, okay, maybe I'll just get a hotel. Maybe I'll get a hotel to shower in on the way to the airport. I said, Austin, what? He's like, well, I'm going to be sweaty after the stream games. I'm like, okay, fair. I said, you're going to get a hotel just to take a shower in before your flight? And he was like, yeah. As in I don't see the problem here. But okay, that's insane. That's great. I go, don't you have Delta Lounge? Don't you have other options that don't involve you getting a hotel? Caroline is so uncommitted she doesn't even know she's going to the DNC. That's me. I am the queen of uncommitted. I feel like documenting the protests would be really good and important coverage, for sure. Hopefully already having clearance through your aunt helps speed things along a little bit at least, because that means a lot of legwork's already been done. That's what I thought. No, it's not. They are completely separate. The digital strategy team and someone like my aunt who's contracted to raise a bunch of money for the DNC. Unfortunately, there's not this easy through line, because I reached out to her. I was like, hey, do you have contacts with the digital strategy team who are handling all the creator credentials? Like, can you just change what type of credentials I have, basically? And no, no, it doesn't work quite like that. So basically you can enter the DNC, but you can't do media stuff. Right. Yeah. For media people, which now includes content creators this year, content creators who are being treated like traditional media, but also have separate areas in the DNC and like got clearance to to shoot content in the various areas of the DNC. That is an entirely different thing. If I were you, I would simply change the way things work. Yeah, I'll just be like, it's called Hope and Change. Look it up. Can you just live stream it without media clearance? No. Just look it up. Yeah. Sad history grad. Thank you for the 7 months. All right. Let's get into news for today, and I'll let you guys know what I end up doing. So, we're going to cover, we're going to take a look at the policy. My stream title not? Oh, there it is. We're going to take a look at Kamala's policy positions that she unveiled today. And guess what? She's a communist. It's true. Kamala Harris, more like communist Harris. Communism is so back, baby. So anyway, yeah, Republicans are now calling very popular populist policies communism, which, look, I'm no big city campaign strategist anymore, but to me, that's not a good look. How can you be talking about how Kamala and walls are bad for the middle, bad for working class people, bad for the middle class, and then coming out and saying something like putting a stop to price gouging is communism, when that is popular. That is popular. Make no mistake. The policies that Joe Biden and communist Harris is, now expanding upon, these are populist policies. These are things that a lot of people really like. And it's, even though there are some things in Kamala's agenda that go past what Joe Biden did, it's not as if we've gone from 0 to 100. But because Republicans, Donald Trump, are so focused on just these personal name calling attacks, and because, like, for the Republican Party, you just say that everything that Democrats are doing is communism, which it's not, but you just say it's communism. They seem to not be realizing that in attacking populist policies that are popular with American people, they're showing their hand. they're showing what they would not be about. And Kamala's not even advocating for free healthcare for all. No, Kamala Harris is not for Medicare for all. She was once upon a time, and she's walked that back. And so the concession to that when it comes to healthcare is things like eliminating medical debt, not having medical debt affect your credit score, because she won't outright at this point go back to where she was once upon a time, which was
of both sides
being for Medicare for all.
And Harris today made her first major policy-focused speech as a presidential candidate, speaking in battleground North Carolina just days before the Democratic National Convention gets underway. Referencing her own middle-class upbringing, Harris laid out her broad economic plan as she seeks to define herself and her candidacy, tackling one of her biggest vulnerabilities, the economy. Voters say it's their most important issue heading into November, and it's one where President Biden was getting low marks.
Yeah, and the thing is, a lot of Americans who are very stressed and concerned about the economy when it comes to the economy, the thing that everybody talks about is inflation and the price of things. So Kamala making, an economic populist agenda as the centerpiece of her campaign is tackling that head on. And there's a lot of like confusion around what inflation is versus what like price gouging is, and how even though inflation has fallen, prices still are very high and in some cases have increased. And a lot of people think, oh, that's because of inflation, but like don't understand the difference between those economic terms. And so Republicans, they've really seized on the inflation point of attack. So like when you go to the grocery store and your eggs cost $1,000, that's because of Joe Biden's inflation. Joe Biden was out of control spending money. Joe Biden and Communist Harris spent all this money, and that's why your eggs cost $1,000, and that's why your gas costs $1,000. And they keep making everything about inflation rather than addressing what Kamala and Biden have been really addressing, which is corporate monopolies and anti-competitive moves, and the need for enforcement of the antitrust laws, the need for promoting competition, the need for capping prices, the need for stopping predatory price raises, all of that, which is important to like have Americans thinking about, other than, oh, things cost more because of inflation, and the inflation is from Joe Biden, therefore I must vote for Donald Trump because he's better on the economy.
Harris's economic agenda includes proposals to give down payment assistance to first-time home.
And because most people don't really understand what inflation is and how that's different from companies, companies engaging in something like price gouging, it's easy to run with the narrative that, wait, the president doesn't control gas prices? It's easy to run with the narrative that this is all inflation, and, trying to turn the attention to corporate greed is bullshit. And the Democrats just don't want you to know that they spend out of control. And that's why inflation is so high.
Buyers, a federal ban on price gouging in the food industry, and tax cuts for families with young children.
Harris.
She touted those plans today while attacking former President Trump for his economic proposals.
When I am elected president, I will make it a top priority to bring down costs and increase economic security for all Americans. As president, I will take on the high costs that matter most to most Americans, like the cost of food. Now compare what Donald Trump plans to do. He wants to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax on everyday products and basic necessities that we import from other countries. That will devastate Americans. It will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. At this moment, when everyday prices are too high, he will make them even higher.
I will say, okay, because I do think it's always important, like, give credit where credit's due and talk about good things that Biden-Harris did. The Biden-Harris administration was very good about utilizing the FTC through the chair, Lena Khan, who's amazing, to go after corporate monopolies, to stop mergers. They successfully stopped the merger. The FTC successfully stopped the merger between Spirit Airlines and JetBlue. They have sued Amazon. It's the biggest antitrust lawsuit in history. They have, through Lena Khan and the FTC, really been aggressive in trying to stop further corporate monopolies go after illegal mergers, stop, companies from engaging in really predatory price control. And so I hope that this is Kamala Harris is showing that she's going to continue this. The one worry is that she has billionaire donors who have been in her fucking ear telling her to get rid of Lena Khan. She hasn't addressed that. I'm hoping that her unveiling this agenda where it's even, past what Joe Biden had done is showing that she's not going to be limiting the power of the FTC anytime soon and is only going to increase the FTC's going after these, predatory companies and breaking up these monopolies. Yeah, I hope that Kamala knows how smart it is to keep Lena Khan at the head of the FTC.
But despite the polling bump Harris has seen since becoming the top of the ticket, she still trails former President Trump when it comes to the economy. In the latest poll from CNBC, 40% of voters.
Right. And that's because something like grocery store prices is one big thing that has a lot of Americans thinking Biden is bad on the economy. Trump will be good on the economy. The grocery store is something that people go to every single day. Okay. They are goods that are a necessity that people are buying all the time. And also you see there's an immediate effect and understanding of when prices are raised. People go, okay, I was spending $100 on my groceries 2 years ago. Now I buy the same groceries and it's costing me $150. That is something that is a very readily seen and understood effect of increased prices on average American, on your everyday American. But they attribute that to inflation, without understanding that is not correct to say, oh, inflation is the reason why these prices have continued to go up. Even as inflation has settled, as it has declined, prices still have remained very high. Even as the cost of producing goods has gone down, the prices remain very high. And so it's a sticker shock effect. And so this is why Trump, because he wasn't the president for the last 4 years, is seen as favorable on the economy, because Biden was the president for the last 4 years. And that is when, that is what people are, when they think of, what have things been like for the last 4 years? Okay, well, I go to the grocery store and my groceries are really expensive. I go to get gas and my gas is really expensive. They see they get sticker shock and they attribute it to Joe Biden, which they connect with inflation and go, Biden has been bad for the economy. Now, the pandemic was a major factor in inflation increasing, but as the supply chains started to return to normal and as people started to return to work and as demand for certain things no longer was as high as it was because consumer what people were buying had shifted, and then it shifted again. These corporations that have these giant monopolies continue to keep their prices high because of the enormous amount of profit that they were generating from having higher prices for either the same quality or lower quality of items. And it's been something that on earnings calls, CEOs have been bragging about extensively. They've been talking about how they can, we're going to see an 800% increase in our profits because we have such pricing power. We have control over the pricing because we have control over the market. And so we're going to produce like less quality of items, of products. We're going to keep the supply low so that we can further increase the demand. And we're going to continue to consolidate so that we have even more share of the market. So like that is what Kamala in her agenda is going to be going after. It's going after these moves by corporations that are anti-competition, that are leading to, predatory pricing, and is a huge part of why when you go to the grocery store, the prices of your groceries are higher. Not Christian, thank you for the 11 months. Sad History Grad, thank you for the 7 months.
Say they.
Oh, have I started doping for tomorrow? Babes, I've been all over that. Have you started doping? I'm already all over it. I'm already there. I did heroin and it had the opposite effect. God damn it. We have to turn your glam muscles into real muscles. I don't know, do more? For example, egg producers had more than 700% in profits. Oh, yeah. High egg prices send profits at largest U.S. producers soaring more than 700%. A report by the Groundwork, or a report for the Groundwork collaboration by an income inequality nonprofit called inequality.org. They found in a report that corporate profits accounted for more than 53% of inflation, for more than half of, which was 53% of inflation from April to September of 2023. And then you compare that to the 4 decades prior, where corporate profits was just 11% of what was driving price growth. So that's an enormous difference there. Caroline fails the testosterone test. Cal-Maine Foods, the largest egg producer in the United States, reported revenue doubled and profit surged 718% last quarter because of sharply higher egg prices. The company, which controls about 20% of the U.S. egg market, said its average selling price for a dozen eggs in the quarter ending February 25th was $3.30, more than double the average of $1.61 a year earlier. Despite the higher prices, the total number of eggs it sold edged up to 1%, so its overall revenue rose 109% to 999. Jesus, 990. What is wrong with me? $997.5 million. That doubling of revenue was nothing compared to its profits. However, net income soared to $323.2 million from only $39.5 million a year ago. It's okay. Numbers are hard. Numbers are hard. Another really egregious example of this is the diaper industry. So my parents in here will know how much diapers cost. Diapers are costing $22 on average. Procter & Gamble and Kimberly-Clark are the 2 companies that dominate the diaper industry. Literally, if you want diapers, Procter & Gamble or Kimberly-Clark. And the cost of the main ingredient in diapers had spiked during the pandemic. So, okay, the cost of the key ingredient to make this product significantly went up. Yeah, economists will tell you it makes sense that prices will go up to reflect that cost. Companies aren't going to eat that net loss. So unfortunately, when it costs more to produce goods, that cost has to go towards the consumers, or that cost has to go onto the shoulders of the consumers. But the cost of this ingredient in diapers declined last year by 25%. So it had increased during the years of 2020 and 2021. But then after that, it declined by 25%. So you would think, okay, the cost of this ingredient to make this good has gone down. So surely the price of this good will have gone down to reflect that. But no, what happened instead? The prices of diapers further increased. So not only did they not go down, and diapers are already so expensive to begin with, but not only did the price not go down as the key ingredient in diapers costs less, the prices actually increased to nearly $22 on average for diapers. Egg producers, a deadly and highly infectious avian flu has forced U.S. farmers to kill millions of egg-laying hens, reducing the country's egg supply and driving up prices. But Cal-Maine said it in its earnings statement that there have been no positive tests for avian flu at any of its owned or contracted production facilities. Yeah. So what a lot of times will happen, because companies have realized, oh, we can control the supply and make it so that even though we could be producing more, we're going to produce less. So that way the demand is higher, or we can show on paper, well, supply and demand, we've got less supply, demand is very high, we have to charge these prices. Artificial scarcity. Exactly. So rather than it being something that is actually causing that supply to be low, they are artificially creating conditions, or, exaggerating something like, avian flu, you have to kill kill millions of egg laying hens, blah, blah, blah. So that they can intentionally keep the supply low so that they can keep the prices very high. Egg producers' pricing decisions have been criticized by some politicians who accuse them of profiteering and price gouging. American families working to put food on the table deserve to know whether the increased prices they're paying for eggs represent a legitimate response to reduced supply or out-of-control corporate greed, said a letter sent by Elizabeth Warren and Katie Porter to Cal-Maine and other major egg producers last month. Cal-Maine did not immediately respond early Wednesday to requests for comment about the letter. Egg prices did start to retreat slightly in the government's most recent inflation reading for February, but are still up more than 55% from a year earlier. We need to start arresting CEOs for this shit. Well, it certainly needs to be investigated, because price gouging, even in response to something like a natural disaster, is not necessarily legal. It depends on the state. It's a state by state basis, but oftentimes we see price gouging when a natural disaster has happened. So let's say a hurricane rips through a town in Kansas. It takes out all the other gas stations, and there's one gas station that's left. People need gas. They're trying to get out of Dodge. There's no other competition around. So the owners of that gas station go, great, gas costs $2.50. We're going to make it so that gas costs $10. Did I say hurricane? I'm sorry. I meant tornado. You guys, it's the day after tomorrow. I meant a tornado rips through Kansas. I'm just picturing Dennis Quaid right now. A hurricane. Man, that happens all the time. In my mind, I say one thing and then I say the other out loud. Okay, so in that example, it's a tornado and it's Kansas. Let's say it's a hurricane, then that puts us in Florida. So that is predatory price gouging. You recognize that people are very desperate for something that you have. The demand is incredibly high, and so you raise prices to your heart's desire because you'll make a shit ton of money from it. During the floods in San Bernardino and Ventura last year, hardware stores spiked the price of sandbags. Yes, and I believe in California, there is a limit on how high you can raise prices in response to a natural disaster. So it's not limitless. You can't just, this thing cost $10 before and now it costs $1,000. Disaster capitalism. Yeah. So this is something that people like Elizabeth Warren, that they investigate. They look at these corporations and they go, okay, are they actually responding to legitimately reduced supply, and therefore the prices of their goods are accurately reflecting what the, are accurately reflecting that decrease in supply, and therefore what would be fair by the market standpoint? Or are they being predatory here? Are they artificially creating this decline in supply so that they can inflate the demand and therefore inflate the prices of their goods?
Would be better off financially under Trump, while only 21% say the same of Harris. And on broader questions of who's better on the economy, Trump holds a 6-point advantage nationally and a 5-point advantage in 7 key battleground states. The Harris economic plan rollout comes a day after former President Trump slammed Harris and the Biden administration for the Inflation Reduction Act, standing in front of a table full of props meant to draw attention to inflation and high food costs.
Also, I don't know how you can say this is, corporate greed has nothing to do with high prices at places like a grocery store, when the CEOs themselves on their earnings calls, on their quarterly, here's what we're expecting for the upcoming quarter, blah, blah, blah. When they themselves are bragging about how they're going to expand margins, and how Procter & Gamble, for instance, predicted that they are going to make $800 million in windfall profits as their input costs decline. So they're on the phone, they're on the calls bragging about how, our costs to create our products are going to go down and we're going to make a shit ton of money because we're just going to keep raising prices. And so it's basic, it's basic economics. Cost to produce goes down, 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 down. Cost of the good goes up, 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 up. That is an enormous margin.
Their Inflation Reduction Act, by the way, was a disaster. It's what caused the inflation. Their Inflation Reduction Act was a con job. Here is the record of...
That's what caused the inflation. Just so you know, guys, inflation is never caused by just one thing. Okay, this is economics 101, but people like Donald Trump treat it as such, where they will point to something, that is what caused inflation. Inflation is something that happens over time, and it's not attributed to one event, like the example I was giving earlier, where a tornado/hurricane hits Kansas and the only gas station in town then bumps up the price of their gas because that is in response to one specific event.
Economic calamity that Kamala is desperate for voters to ignore. She cast a tie-breaking votes that caused record inflation. No tax on tips. All of a sudden, out of the blue, she comes out. That was months ago I said that.
And of course, a number of factors caused inflation, according to economists. But the former president also veered into other topics.
Well, of course, a number of factors caused inflation, according to economists, but Donald Trump doesn't care.
Including defending his right to make personal attacks on the vice president. Even his allies have urged him to stay on message.
I think I'm entitled to personal attacks. I don't have a lot of respect for her. I don't have a lot of respect for her.
Bro is floundering so hard. I have to say, I think the last 3 weeks have been the worst 3 weeks in Trump's political career, aside from, I guess I would say, the fallout after Grab 'Em by the Pussy, but I think, like, certainly in the last 8 years, if you look at Trump as a candidate, the last 3 weeks have been very, very, very bad for him. Very bad. It's just been one gigantic L on top of the other. And I think it's very obvious, even if you aren't paying attention to every single speech, every single rally, everything that Donald Trump's been doing, that he doesn't know how to handle running against Kamala Harris. Because let's remember, Hillary Clinton was really not a very difficult candidate for Donald Trump to beat. Hillary Clinton, certainly much easier than Kamala Harris has been for him. And in 2020, like, Joe Biden was not a great candidate. So it wasn't Joe Biden who beat Donald Trump. It was people who hated Donald Trump so much going to the polls to vote for Joe Biden. So these last couple of weeks, now it's like a new player has entered the game. And Trump is trying to do what Trump has always done, but it is pretty ineffective, which is the nice way of saying it. And the fact that so many Republicans have been, on the news talking about, like, trying to get Trump to stay on message. Hey, stop doing that thing where you talk about Kamala's crowd sizes. Hey, stop being like, stop saying shit that is just all like weird personal attacks on Kamala by saying that she's not really black, that she's a chameleon. And the thing about Trump that you got to remember, Trump is a guy who, if you are anti-MAGA, you kind of have unedited access to Donald Trump. And this has been a problem for his team because there's a lot of like calls and meetings with MAGA people that Trump has that his team is not aware of and that they also would not have wanted him to do. Laura Loomer, for instance. Laura Loomer, who's a fucking psychopath, but who Donald Trump has praised publicly before. I guarantee you that every time Trump comes out with a new weird-ass line of attack like Kamala Harris is not really black, he's being fed that stuff by people like Laura Loomer. Donald Trump is not coming up with it by himself. Anytime Donald Trump has a personal attack, has some new, something or other, that is being fed to him by the craziest MAGA people like Laura Loomer. Even JD Vance is getting talking points on Don Jr.'s Twitter. It's so bad. And Don Jr. is getting those talking points as well. I believe it was Crowder referred to her as a biracial werewolf. Yeah, so just know that anytime Donald Trump is saying something, one, I really don't think it's coming from his campaign team because they want to win. Like Donald Trump's campaign team wants to win. And I'm not saying like it's not coming from them because they're all good people who wouldn't resort to that. I'm saying that the worst lines of attack are coming from people who don't work in, who don't work in politics as campaign strategists. Their extent of being in politics is having a podcast, having a show, saying crazy shit on Twitter, basically. The Steven Crowders, the Laura Loomers, like the worst MAGA people that you know online who have a direct connection to Donald Trump and are saying this stuff to him.
Intelligence, and I think she'll be a terrible president. And I think it's very important that we win. And whether the personal attacks are good, bad, I mean, she certainly attacks me personally. She actually called me weird. He's weird. She's weird in her policy. Who wouldn't want to have strong borders? Who doesn't want to have lower taxes?
Joining me now from Raleigh, North Carolina is NBC's Michelle.
Man, it's crazy that the word weird and the rollout of the word weird will go down in history as one of the most effective effective political attack strategies. Just simply going, "You're weird," has had has played an enormous effect in our politics, to the degree that everyone from Vivek Ramaswamy to to the online MAGA crowd, to JD Vance, to Donald Trump, are showing publicly how bothered they are by that. Because the thing is, there's no response to it. Someone goes, "You're really weird." What do you say? "No, you're weird." It doesn't work. That's what we know from going back to the junior high and elementary school years. Someone says to you, "You're so weird." You have no way to respond. You have nothing.
And also with me is Brian
Judith,
Chung to break down the impact of some of these policies that Kamala Harris talked about today. Dasha Burns also has the view from Trump world. Yamisha, I have to start with you. So today, the vice president rolled out her economic plan. It comes after she and President Biden were out talking health care costs yesterday. Obviously, a clear focus on the economy. How much is the Harris campaign actually trying to distance itself from any negative perceptions of the Biden administration?
Well, it's a key question, Kristen, and I know there's going to be some background noise behind me because I'm here at Wake Tech. It's the largest community college.
Trump actually often puts this stuff out there on his own in one of the calls to Fox News that travels around the Magaverse or we think about him, and he repeats now what the source many people are saying. So I actually think that what it is Trump is the most online person ever, okay? Donald Trump is the guy who at 2 a.m. is tweeting a rant on Truth Social, who for much of his presidency was watching Fox and Friends or spending time on Twitter/Truth Social. And I think what will happen is, like, he'll see a tweet or a post and he gets the idea from it, or he has these conversations with with MAGA influencers or whoever else is in his ear and has a direct line to him. And so then he goes out and starts saying it a bunch of times, and then more people start saying it, and then he does the everyone's saying it, everyone's talking about it. He's so relatable for that. Yeah. Trump sees one post online that nobody is maybe even talking about and goes, everyone's talking about this, and then it becomes national news.
In North Carolina. She was just here, but now they're packing up because she's left and is on her way back to D.C. But
like
what you heard from the vice president here, someone who's trying to lean into the idea that she wants to build, not really distance herself from the Biden administration, of course, the Biden-Harris administration's policies. So a number of the things that she's proposing, policy stances that she's getting into detail on, are building on some of the things that President Biden has been doing, including things like capping insulin at $35 for out-of-pocket expenses, as well as even also cutting middle-class tax, putting tax cuts for middle-class families. Also, providing sort of
the $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers is reliant on having, I think it's 2 years worth of not missing rent payments, which is very hard for low-income people. I mean, it's kind of a catch-22 where, okay, you get a down payment, or you get down payment assistance, but you had to have not missed rent for the last 2 years, but rent is so high and, wages don't reflect that. And so people are, struggling to afford their rent. So I'm not saying that this is a bad thing. I'm just saying that, like, there is that caveat there. So this stuff is also like child tax credit that's expanding on Joe Biden's tax credit and restoring the child tax credit from 2021. The $6,000 tax credit for families with newborns, I believe this is for low income families, which is great. The biggest thing when it comes to her key economic proposals, that's very different from, or not very, well, at least not what Joe Biden did, is the ban on corporate price gouging. So this is the first time that a federal ban is being talked about by a presidential candidate. Not the first time it's being talked about, sorry, would be the first federal ban on corporate price gouging. Let's say that. She's basically doing what Walz did in Minnesota, but nationally we have all this in Minnesota.
Help to renters and first-time home buyers. So a lot of the things that she was talking about are things that President Biden has wanted to champion. But it's interesting because this policy speech was also a personal speech. She, of course, laid out those details that I just shared, but she also talked about her upbringing. She said her mom...
How would they enforce price gouging? So they would utilize the FTC to go after companies that are engaged in this. And the FTC would impose heavy fines on companies that they have found to be engaging in price gouging.
Saved for more than a decade to buy her first home. And she said, I remember as a teenager seeing the excitement in my mother's eyes, and I understood the importance and power of homeownership. She also talked about working at McDonald's as a young woman and saying that she was sort of working at the fast food chain to...
So 25K subsidies somehow passed. It'll be a year at least. Then you got to find a home. So renters have time to work on the 2-year streak. Yeah, I do also think it's one of those things where it's not necessarily great that it does speak to, the way that wealth and security works in this country, where having and owning a home leads to income security. I mean, just the overall problems with the fact that if you don't own a home, then your economic instability and economic insecurity is much greater, because that's one, major way that people build wealth and they build that security. But it's still something that is not a net bad policy. Aren't there already supposed to be consumer protections in place against price gouging? So we're talking about a federal ban against companies that are engaging in price gouging, which we do not have. So it depends on the state, and it also depends on what the price gouging is in response to. But it's also something where this is part of the bigger agenda that Biden had really pursued during his 4 years, which is going after these corporate monopolies. As corporations have consolidated more and more power, prices have gone up. Consumers have had poorer quality goods and services, and it continues to, it continues to be an enormous problem, because when you look at what the share of a market was 10, 20 years ago versus what it is today, you have significantly fewer companies that are controlling much, much, much more of the market. And so when they have that market power, it means that they have things like pricing power. It means that there is no incentives to have cheaper goods and services, like to lower the cost of them, and to also produce quality goods and services. So not only are you paying more for many goods and services, but you're getting worse quality.
Earn extra money, but you saw other people who were supporting their whole families on that McDonald's salary, that McDonald's fund. So she was really talking about the fact that she wants to make the middle class a center of her campaign. She said building the middle class will be really a principle that she will try to build her presidency on if she is elected. And she also talked about creating what she called a, quote, opportunity economy, really saying that every American should have access to living wages and no child should grow up in poverty. So a lot of details, but also some personal real reflections on that part. And of course, as you said, she also attacked former President Trump, saying that he's looking out for the rich while she's looking out for the middle class, Kristen.
Yeah, and the economy undoubtedly where this battle will be fought. Yamiche, let me ask you about the backdrop, the fact that she was there in North Carolina. Trump was there earlier this week.
Also, you know what the Harris administration, if it ends up being the Harris administration, should do when Donald Trump's corporate tax cuts expire? They should raise taxes on corporations, because that is one way to disincentivize price gouging and profiteering. Because if you are taxing profits at higher rates, then corporations are going to go, okay, maybe this is not free reign after all to increase our, have our profits be up 800%, because now we're being taxed on it.
This is a state that was initially out of reach. At least that's how Democrats viewed it when President Biden was at the top of the ticket. Now it looks a whole lot more competitive. What are you hearing about the strategy to potentially try to win this state?
Well, Harris allies and
for the people wondering about the penalties in the funeral industry, there's the FTC funeral rule. There are a set of rules that enforce price transparency on funeral homes. If you violate them, it can be tens of thousands of dollars per violation. So yeah, it's a case by case basis, and it varies in the in differing industries. But as I said, the difference between what is in place now and what Kamala is talking about is she's talking about a federal ban on corporate price gouging.
Campaign officials absolutely feel bullish about North Carolina, as they do about other states like Georgia. They're really trying to pour as many resources as they can into this state. She's really going to try to lean in on Southern black voters in this state, but also really talking about the middle class and trying to build on this economic message, trying to peel away some voters who maybe liked former President Trump on the economy, but maybe don't like the rhetoric and the personal attacks that he's now been continuing to make on her. So she's really trying, I think, to appeal to the broader sort of independent voters here in this state, along with, of course, the base voters. They're going to try as best they can to get people motivated to turn out. And, of course, the energy that we've been seeing pulsing through the Democratic Party for the last few weeks, I also saw that here. People were clapping. She was on the rope line, hugging and taking selfies for a long time here. So people definitely much excited to see her here in North Carolina.
Well, Yamiche Alcindor there to cover all of it on the road with Vice President Kamala Harris. Yamiche, thank you so much. Let me turn now to Brian Chung. Brian, we, of course, as Yamiche just laid out, heard the vice president today pitch a number of policies on everything from housing to lowering taxes, tax credits for families who have children, and then trying to ban price gouging on groceries. What is the reality check here? How much of this is something that she can actually carry out within her first several days of office?
Yeah, well, I mean, she's going to need help from Congress to do a lot of these things, namely with those child tax credits and also with the funding to try to build some of those homes. Now, I actually want to zone in on the housing bit because, again, from a zoomed out perspective, really what this is all about is overall inflation. And we got an inflation report earlier this week that showed that 90% of the inflation that we saw in the month of July was attributed to housing costs. So this is really the biggest piece of the puzzle here in trying to get inflation down. So she wants to, well, give that $25,000 to first-time home buyers to make it easier to cover that down payment. That's good on the demand side of things. But guess what? It's not really going to do you any good if you have that $25,000 incentive if there aren't any homes in your neighborhood to buy up. That's why she's focusing on the supply side of things by trying to build up 3 million homes over the course of this plan if she is elected. And she's going to do that by doing a $40 billion innovation fund to try to...
She should, I don't know if I missed this or not, or she just hasn't unveiled it yet, should also expand on Joe Biden's last minute rent cap policy. Joe Biden, as he's like, as the last of his bones are crumbling in the White House, talking about rent capping, which is a very good thing. And astonishing that those words even came out of his mouth. Kamala Harris should not just be addressing the home ownership issue, because as I said, we shouldn't just have policies that are geared towards having a home equals economic instability, and therefore not having a home equals not economic stability. not all our policies should go towards benefiting homeowners. Renters are an enormous part of the American population, and it's something where even with policies like the $25,000 down payment for first-time homeowners, not everyone is in their lifetime going to own a home. But it shouldn't be that if you are a renter for your whole life that you do not have, you don't get to enjoy the benefits that homeowners get.
Spur creative ways to build houses, in addition to offer tax incentives to home buyers that are going to prioritize starter homes for first-time buyers. Now, this is going to be such an important part of the equation here, Kristen, because, again, you can only make home prices go down if you can make the supply and demand equation of both sides work out. All right, great if you give that $25,000 incentive. It's going to take years to build those homes and get the supply up there. Even with 3 million homes, there are some estimates out there, Kristen, that the shortfall in this country...
The houses also just can't be single-family homes. They also need to be mid-rises and fourplexes. Yeah.
Many homes we need to get back to equilibrium, somewhere between 4 to 7 million. So there's going to be a lot of open questions there.
And let me drill down with you, if I can, Brian, on the inflation numbers. Obviously, they hit a 3-year low. As you're talking about, what is the significance of that? And what's the reality check in turn? I mean, obviously, prices are still high at the grocery store, and that's part of the issue. And we're looking at a potential interest rate cut by the Fed next time it meets.
Yeah, well, I mean, the language around this is a little bit confusing because you hear inflation is down. Yes, the rate of inflation is down. It was somewhere around 9% in the summer of 2022. It's come down to 2.9% as of the last reading that we got earlier this week, which covers the month of July. But it's still a positive number. We're talking about plus 2.9%, which means that prices are still going up. They're just going up at a slower rate than they were compared to this time last year, compared to especially the year prior. So the real big story here is that inflation is getting a little bit closer to what economists say is a healthy level, which is 2%. We're still above that, but that might be the green light for the Federal Reserve, which over on their side of things, they've been keeping those interest rates high. That's the reason why your mortgage rates and your credit card rates are so high. Well, now we're hearing from the Fed that, okay, well, with inflation getting a little bit closer to their 2% target, maybe they can cut interest rates, but they don't have their next meeting until September 18th. So for those that are kind of holding their breath, hoping they can see cheaper borrowing costs, that might not happen until next month, Kristen.
Well, it's an issue that voters are tracking so closely, the top issue still for so many voters all across this country. Brian Chung, thank you so much for breaking down the complicated details for us. Really appreciate it.
Okay, I think this is a summary of her plan for now. This is not everything, by the way. This is one, because Kamala needed to put forth some of her plans leading up to the DNC, but the DNC is when she's supposed to be unveiling the Kamala Harris agenda. So this is just what she's put forth for now as she moves from campaigning generically on freedom and, having slogans like "we're not going back" and how Donald Trump is bad and blah, 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 to Kamala Harris as the populist candidate, as the voice for middle America, for middle class America. And that includes $6K newborn tax credit, $3K for most kids, $6K fully available to poorest families, $25K down payment subsidy for first-time home buyers, $2K annual cap on out-of-pocket prescription drug cost, housing supply expansion credits, ban on price gouging for food, groceries, eliminate medical debt, EITC expansion, ACA subsidy expansion, blah, blah, blah. Okay. This is a good breakdown of what we were talking about.
Paradox.
With corporate price
Inflation
gouging, 'cause
is dropping.
that is the biggest thing that she announced in the policies that she put forth. Where were these ideas the last 3.5 years? Well, to be fair, a lot of it is what was part of Biden's agenda. She's just going further on certain things and has introduced things that Joe Biden did not, like, stopping price gouging.
but prices aren't coming down. How can this be? Because corporations have enough monopoly power to keep them high.
Joe Biden, here's the problem with Joe Biden, okay? Here's the problem. Well, a lot of problems. The reason that you say things like, where were these ideas the last 3.5 years? Why didn't Biden say anything? Biden was just the world's worst messenger. And it's why he was disastrous, not just because of his handling of the border, not just because of Israel and Palestine, but because the things that were good, the things that were are good populist policies, he was so ineffective in the messaging. Like, if you look at his State of the Union address, he didn't even get to the good stuff until halfway through his State of the Union address. And, he was just rambling. And half the time, like when he's trying to convey something that he's done that is good, or, what is part of, or something that they're working towards, he butchers it so badly that he ends up saying shit like, we beat Medicare. I mean, he said that during his debate against Donald Trump. That wasn't during the State of the Union, but he just kept flubbing words. It was like he had memorized a list of things that he's supposed to say, that his team had said, okay, make sure that you mention this, make sure that you mention that. But because his mental faculties had so greatly declined, he was not capable of effectively communicating what he needed to. And because he's at an age, but also in conjunction with his cognitive decline, there were a couple things that, like, Joe Biden, that addled Joe Biden brain would hold on to. Medicare, or NATO being one, which is why he talks about NATO all the time, because he can't remember, he can't communicate the other things, so he's always just like, NATO. And it's how, it's why during the debate, when he was supposed to be talking about reproductive rights and abortion access, which the Democrats are so much stronger on than the Republicans, it's one of the Republicans' weakest points, he switched from that to talking about the border and bringing up one thing that's stuck in his brain.
Here's just one example that'll make you fizz. Pepsi. In 2021, PepsiCo, which makes all sorts of drinks and snacks, announced it was forced to raise prices due to higher costs. Forced? Really? The company reported $11 billion in profit that year. In 2023, PepsiCo's chief financial officer said that even though inflation was dropping, its prices would not. Pepsi hiked its prices by double digits and announced plans to keep them high in 2024.
Consumers generally look at our products and say, you know what, they are worth paying a little bit more for.
How can they get away with this? Well, if Pepsi were challenged by tougher competition, consumers would just buy something cheaper. But PepsiCo's only major soda competitor is Coca-Cola, which, surprise, surprise.
By the way, even though giant companies like Pepsi and Coca-Cola are technically in competition with each other, they're really not. There's a thing, there's such a thing known as price coordination, where companies that are in the same industry and, dominate said industry coordinate in their price raising. So Pepsi's going to raise their prices. Oh, so is Coca-Cola, because there's nobody else. And they're not in competition really with each other, because they're both such massive fucking companies. So even if Pepsi raises their prices and Coca-Cola is aware of this, like that this is, what they're going to be rolling out, Coca-Cola is not going to respond by lowering their prices. Coca-Cola is also going to raise their prices, and vice versa.
Announced similar price hikes at about the same time as Pepsi, and also kept its prices high in 2023. The CEO of Coca-Cola claimed that the company had earned the right to push price hikes because its sodas are popular. Popular? The only thing that's popular these days seems to be price gouging. We're seeing this pattern across much of the economy, especially with groceries. Inflation.
That's technically illegal, isn't it? I mean, yes, but there are certain situations or circumstances where price fixing, price coordination is allowed. But what these companies are doing is what is in violation of antitrust laws, and it's why Lina Khan at the FTC has been very busy suing companies like this. So they've been doing it for a long time. It's just that they have not been held liable. Like no one has gone after them to, legally hold them liable for raising prices in a predatory way and, coordinating with each other. And so that's why, I talk about Lina Khan a lot, but she is genuinely the most aggressive head that the FTC has had in going after companies who have violated antitrust laws. She really has been such a force for consumer advocacy and consumer good. Also worth noting in this example, so much of that profit is subsidized by taxes via corn and corn syrup. We're double paying for the price hike. And if they do ever go after them, their punishment's a flat amount rather than a fixed percent, so it ends up being like 1% of their profit or less instead of a hefty 10 to 20% fine. Right. It's like when companies engage in union busting, they look at, okay, what are the possible fines that we'll get from this? What will it cost us to engage in anti-union practices? Oh, it's going to be less than what it will cost us to let employees unionize. Great, then we'll just go ahead and take the fines. Not a big deal.
Is down. You see, the rate of inflation measures how quickly prices are rising. Prices are now rising far more slowly than in the past couple of years.
Yes.
And while supply chain disruptions really did make it more expensive to produce a lot of goods for a while, the cost to produce them now is rising more slowly than prices, allowing most corporations to keep their profit margins near a 10-year high. They can get away with overcharging you because they have monopoly power. Or so few competitors, they can easily coordinate price increases. If Pepsi and Coca-Cola had lots of competitors, they wouldn't be able to raise prices so high because someone would make cheaper substitutes, and consumers would buy those instead. But Pepsi and Coke own most of the substitutes. This isn't just happening with Coke and Pepsi. Take meat products. At the end of 2023, Americans were paying at least 30% more for beef, pork, and poultry products than they were in 2020. Why? Near monopoly power. Just 4 companies now control processing of 80% of beef, nearly 70% of pork, and almost 60% of poultry. So, of course, it's easy for them to coordinate price increases. And this goes well beyond the grocery store. In 75% of U.S. industries, fewer companies now control more of their markets than they did 20 years ago. So what can we do? Well, it's largely flown under the media radar, but the Biden administration is taking on this monopolization with the aggressive use of antitrust laws. It's taken action against alleged price fixing in the meat industry, which has been a problem for decades. It's suing Amazon for using its dominance to artificially jack up prices, one of the biggest anti-monopoly lawsuits in a generation. It's successfully sued to block the merger of JetBlue and Spirit Airlines, which would have made consolidation in the airline industry even worse. But given how concentrated American industry has become, there's still a long way to go. Inflation is down, but many people don't feel it because prices are still high, and in some cases are still rising because of continued price gouging. This is where you have more power.
I know what this photo is. Whenever someone's like, there's so much competition in the food industry. Yeah. There really is not. Just because there's a lot of brand names doesn't mean that there's actual competition. Because it is a handful of corporations that own all these individual brands. You just don't know it because you just know the goods by their brand name, right? You don't know that you don't know that PepsiCo owns Cheetos, Fritos, Sun Chips, Lay's, etc. Because when you go to the store, you just buy Lay's chips. You just buy Sun Chips, whatever. You don't think to yourself, oh, I'm buying a PepsiCo product. Nestle owns L'Oreal. Oh, yeah. I mean, I even think, isn't this a couple years old, or is this an updated one? But anyway, I remember when this came out and people were like, wait, what? Looking at all the individual brand names and how they're owned by one fucking corporation. This is probably outdated. Yeah. I would guess so. But you get the picture. So this is what we call a monopoly.
More than you might think. You might not be able to break up big corporations, but you can keep up the pressure on our government to fight corporate monopoly power. And help spread the truth by sharing this video.
I want to talk about this comment that Trump made last night as he was praising one of his.
So I didn't have a chance to watch his entire speech from yesterday, but this part, I mean, there's a lot of crazy things that Donald Trump said in the speech yesterday and what he's been saying forever. But my God, he has no self-control. He truly, the thing that his base loves about him is the thing that is also his his worst asset. And it's the thing that people outside of his base get mad about and don't want to vote for him. When he goes off script, which is all the time. Can you imagine? And again, I say this not as a way to absolve the people on his campaign and the people around him who are trying to rein Donald Trump in and keep him on message. It doesn't absolve them. But can you imagine the stress that his staffers have to deal with? Because Donald Trump is the candidate. Donald Trump, who, like, you can't control what he's going to say. Donald Trump is going to say whatever the fuck Donald Trump is going to say. And one thing that he keeps doing is disparaging service members.
As donors, he said the
killed in
Presidential Medal of
action.
Freedom for civilians was superior to the Medal of Honor because those recipients of
And
the
you
medal.
want to know why? Because he looks at people who sign up for military service, who are killed overseas. He looks at them as suckers because Donald Trump got out of the draft. He's a draft dodger. Donald Trump would never, ever do something like this. And so he can't help but to be like, what a fucking loser.
Medal of Honor are often wounded or dead soldiers. Let's listen to this.
We gave Miriam the Presidential Medal of Freedom. That's the highest award you can get as a civilian. It's the
Also, he gave that to Miriam Adelson, who is like his biggest donor. And I'll play a clip of her after this. But like the reason that Trump is going even further on I'm the guy who dick rides Israel the hardest, and here you see him standing with the American flag and the Israeli flag behind him. It's because Miriam Adelson, a billionaire, is heavily backing his campaign.
equivalent of the Congressional Medal of Honor, but civilian version. It's actually much better because everyone gets the Congressional Medal of Honor, that's soldiers. They're either in very bad shape because they've been hit so many times by bullets, or they're dead. She gets it, and she's a healthy, beautiful woman. It's right.
What? Why, dude? Why? Also, he has the inability to, when talking about women, not remark on how they look. Even though, obviously, like, I don't think he thinks Miriam Adelson is beautiful because Trump doesn't like any woman who's over the age of 30. He still will always be like, what a beautiful woman. What he was saying that about Kamala Harris on his stupid ass call with Elon Musk. I mean, he called her Camilla, but even still, like, he was talking about how beautiful Kamala is. He cannot do it. Not do it. Ben, thank you for the 3 months.
And they're rated equal.
What a weird comment.
Yeah, Tim, obviously there's a lot of discussion about what Trump said last night. He has spent the last 4 years, as you know, saying he never called fallen soldiers, quote, suckers and losers, even though it's been confirmed by CNN. But here he is on camera expressing pretty much the same sentiment, saying the Presidential Medal of Freedom is superior to the Medal of Honor because Medal of Honor recipients are often wounded or dead. What did you make of that?
He also loves to say how handsome men are. He just loves to remark on, he loves to say things about people that are having to do with their physicality. Like, he's just always using the word beautiful or ugly.
Exactly. Is someone who has
called. All right, I don't need to listen to this analysis. They're basically like, yeah, that's really dumb. Donald Trump keeps putting his foot in his mouth and saying really bad things, and it's not helping him because previously he has been accused of being anti-veteran and disparaging those who were in the military, and he just keeps doing it. He cannot help himself. Trump genuinely should be a streamer. He should be a Twitch streamer because he can just talk on and on and on and on. And he'll say something, and I'm sure there's an outline. I'm sure there's a plan. It's like, okay, mention Miriam Adelson, talk about, that she's great and she got this freedom. And then Trump goes off script and he is just yapping and saying whatever comes to his brain. He doesn't have object permanence. He can only comment on what he sees. Yeah, so here's Miriam Adelson, who Donald Trump was talking about, received the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
That president is Donald Trump. He promised to recognize Jerusalem and to move the embassy to Jerusalem. Promise kept. He promised to withdraw from Iran nuclear deal, and promise kept. He promised to bring peace between Israel and Arab nations. Promise kept. And all in Golan Heights, that was a big gift. He promised Golan Heights, and he recognized.
Yeah, she's pretty fucking evil.
And all of this he did in his first term while battling COVID pandemic, race riots, and the liberal media. Now I want to tell you, politicians make promises. Real leaders keep promises.
So this was one of his campaign events, the Stop Anti-Semitism campaign event. And this is Miriam Adelson, who is a GOP mega donor who was previously married to Sheldon Adelson before he died in 2021. And she is backing Donald Trump and is doing so because, as she explained here, Trump is like, even though the funny thing about this is always the idea that Democrats are not also extremely pro-Israel, which, yeah, they are. But her being like, yeah, Trump will do what we want him to do. We wanted him to declare Jerusalem as the whole, as the capital, and put the as the embassy, move the embassy there. And he did so. Like, he declared it so. He will do what we want him to do. He's for sale, essentially. All right. Let's talk about the Disney story, which we talked about yesterday. And we're just gonna expand on it and talk more about what forced arbitration is, because I think this is something that's really important for us to understand. And I think a lot of people are going, oh my God, Disney has a clause in Disney Plus that if something happens to you at any Disney affiliated location, then you can't sue them in a court with a jury of your peers, and instead it will go to forced arbitration. And like, oh my God, Disney Plus means that we can kill your wife, tweets like that. But the truth is that Disney is not unique in slipping in a forced arbitration clause into a service that you're signing up for. This is something where in many companies, fine print, if you're signing up for their service, if you're entering into an agreement with them, then you probably don't realize that you are signing away your right to sue that company in a court of law. And this is something that especially has been a huge problem in sexual harassment lawsuits. I don't know if you guys remember with Fox News when, Gretchen, I can't remember her name. But when they were suing because of Roger Ailes, well, it turned out that, oops, actually, we have a forced arbitration clause. So this isn't going to go to court. This is not going to be, this is not going to be a judge and jury. Gretchen Carlson, yes.
Well, those terms and conditions many of us agree to without even reading them? Disney is trying to use them to fend off a wrongful death lawsuit. A man in New York is suing the company after his wife suffered a deadly allergic reaction at a restaurant at Disney World. But Disney, for its part, is saying he cannot sue because he agreed to arbitrate any disputes with the company when he signed up for a free trial of Disney Plus in 2019. Joining me now is Amy Feldman. She's a lawyer and author. Amy, it's good to see you again. So first off, anyone listening to this might say, what on earth does Disney Plus have to do with this? A restaurant that was at Disney World. And what does it mean exactly to arbitrate a dispute?
Yeah, so that's a very good question, Ziegler. First of all, most people don't know what binding arbitration is or what the problem is when they sign up for those terms and conditions, which, as you said, most people don't even read. Binding arbitration means that if you have a dispute with the other party, you don't get a trial by jury. You don't get to speak before your peers about why they owe you money. Instead, you have to go with a neutral arbitrator, and it's binding. So if you don't like what the arbitrator has to say, you don't have the opportunity to appeal it.
Yep.
And Amy, we should note that the plaintiff's lawyers say that Disney's claim is, quote, so outrageously unreasonable and unfair as to shock the judicial conscience. Meanwhile, Disney issued a statement saying, quote, we are deeply saddened by the family's loss and understand their grief, given that this restaurant is neither owned nor operated by Disney. We are merely defending ourselves against the plaintiff's attorney's attempt to include us in their lawsuit against the restaurant. It's a lot of back and forth, but Amy, all of us interact with products from big corporations every single day if we're on our phone, our computer. So if Disney's argument does hold up here, what does it mean for the average consumer?
It means they should be terrified, is what it means, right? Because a reasonable person would not think, because I've signed up for a trial subscription to Disney Plus.
And I said this last time we covered it, but it's crazy that Disney won't just settle. One, because it's such a low amount. They can afford it. It's $50,000. But two, because it brings a lot of very bad attention to the company of Disney. And also, I think a lot of people are realizing what forced arbitration is for the first time. Maybe they had never heard that term, or maybe they just didn't understand what it was. And now going, wait a sec. So you're telling me as a Disney fan, if I sign up for Disney Plus, even if it's just a fucking trial, and God forbid something happens to me at a Disney affiliated establishment, then this is what I have to go through as well. Yeah, it's wild. The business decisions here are not making any sense. Nobody reads those fucking disclaimers. No, nobody does read the disclaimers. Nobody does read the small print, because we have to, we sign up for things all the time, and you just get, like, they have that small print designed in a way so that people won't read it, okay? But when you have stories like this, then the public becomes more aware of, oh, I had no idea what it was that I was signing up for. I didn't know that most companies in their contracts that you are signing for most goods and services, or, as an employee, that if something happens to me, I can't sue them in a court of law. Hold on a minute.
That I don't have the right to sue for an injury that happens on a Disney property. Think of all of the various multinational corporations that have tons of affiliates. Do you ever think, when you sign up for a website for one product, which you haven't read the terms or conditions, that you lose the right to sue any other product that company has anything to do with in perpetuity? It's terrifying. Yeah. And it is, the lawyer is correct that it's a very surprising and, quite frankly, unconscionable view to say you never get the right to.
Yeah, I mean, to that end, I want to make sure we hit this. If these terms and conditions are viewed as binding contracts, right, the things that we sign or check every day, can regular people actually try to negotiate and get them changed?
There have been a lot of arguments, sometimes against credit card companies, sometimes against other companies, where they said, but I didn't read it, but I didn't understand, but I didn't know. And for the most part, these binding arbitration clauses have been upheld. only in cases where within those terms of use, the company has not made it clear. There was a case where the company didn't make it clear or didn't clearly explain what is binding arbitration and what are you giving up that the company lost. But you do need to be very mindful of what else this is going to prevent you from doing. If you see something that says, and its affiliates, you have binding arbitration against this company and its affiliates, figure out who that is and then decide whether you really want to go on this website or if you're concerned about the rights you will.
I've seen terms and conditions presented in an easily understandable, accessible way. There's no reason to make them so unreadable. Right. That's what I said by the design of terms and conditions are purposefully designed so that you don't read it, so that you don't have an understanding of what it is that you're agreeing to. It is absolutely purposeful.
Lose.
Really good point to end on. Amy Feldman, always appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thanks for watching. Stay out.
You may not opt out of only the class action waiver and also not also the arbitration provisions. Your opt-out notice must include your name and address, the email address that you used to set up your Disney account, and an unequivocal statement that you want to opt out of this arbitration agreement, if applicable, that you want to opt out of the class action waiver. Yeah, it is the only way you can opt out is by mail. Yeah. And it's also something that's used to stop class action lawsuits. Like that's part of the problem with forced
Have you ever opened a credit
arbitration? I think this is a good breakdown of what forced arbitration
bought a phone plan?
is.
How about rented a car, put a family member in a nursing home, or even signed an employment contract? If so, chances are you've signed a forced arbitration agreement in the fine print. Never heard of forced arbitration? Well, neither have most Americans. And companies want to keep it that way, because when you agree to forced arbitration, you effectively sign away your right to sue them. So, what does that mean? Arbitration is a way to dispute an action made by a company. Instead of going in front of a judge and a jury, you meet with an arbitrator. Arbitrators are usually chosen and paid for by the company getting sued. And since companies bring repeat businesses to...
Yeah, the arbitrators work for the company that is being sued. There's just so many reasons as to why arbitration is horrible and is designed to fuck consumers over. But it's like, oh, you're suing us? Okay, well, you don't get to do it in a court of law. It has to be via arbitration. Also, we've hired the arbitrator. The arbitrator is being paid by us. Oh, and if you don't like the decision, too bad. You can't do anything about it. You cannot appeal.
Arbitration firms, many arbitrators have an economic incentive to rule in their favor. Arbitrators also get to define the scope of evidence they listen to, which means they can limit how much evidence a victim presents and allow companies to withhold evidence. The decision arbitrators make is final and confidential. Unlike the public court system, victims usually have no way to appeal their case. This lack of transparency is dangerous, especially when it comes to cases of sexual harassment in the workplace. And it gets worse. Forced arbitration agreements can also ban class action suits. This is when a group of victims with the same issue band together to sue collectively and share the cost of litigation. Class action suits allow workers and consumers to hold big business accountable and encourage companies to change their practices. Let's say, for instance, that you're a low-wage worker at a fast food franchise and your employer consistently forces you to work off the clock. You argue your employer owes you $500 in wages, so you try to file a lawsuit with other employees claiming wage theft. But the arbitration agreement you signed forces you to act individually. That means you could hire your own personal lawyer, but in most circumstances, people would have a hard time finding a lawyer who'd be willing to take a case where there's so little money involved. And there's a different rule book. A lot of people would just walk away. And that's the point. Companies know that forced arbitration may discourage victims from pursuing valid claims. The Economic Policy Institute estimates that of the roughly 60 million American workers subject to forced arbitration procedures, less than 1 in 32,000 actually file a claim under it every year. Even if workers do follow through with complaints, studies show that they are less likely to win in arbitration than in court. And when they do win, they win significantly lower damages. Forcing people into arbitration prevents consumers, workers, and small businesses from effectively challenging predatory banking practices, wage theft, and discrimination. For the past 2 decades, conservative judges and lawmakers have been expanding the use of forced arbitration agreements. This makes it harder for some of society's most vulnerable, including workers and low-income people, to hold large corporations accountable. Sound unfair? We think so too.
So this is the latest I've seen on forced arbitration in the workplace. Sherrod Brown, senator from Ohio, introduced a bill to end forced arbitration in the workplace, allows workers to band together to enforce their legal rights. It is the Restoring Justice for Workers Act, and it would override the 2018 Supreme Court decision Epic Systems v. Lewis, which allowed employers to continue to enforce arbitration clauses against workers. These arbitration clauses prevent workers from banding together to enforce their legal rights and are often buried in the fine print of employment contracts, meaning many workers are not aware that they've waived their rights. The use of forced arbitration clauses that block workers' access to the courts has led to widespread non-enforcement of workers' rights, including their right to minimum wage, overtime pay, and to a workplace free of discrimination. Forced arbitration clauses let big companies hide from accountability for everything from wage theft to workplace harassment, giving more power to Wall Street over workers and their families, said Brown. Corporations sneak these into legal fine print, hoping to trick workers into signing away their rights. This bill gives workers a fighting chance against powerful special interests. So, it would open the courthouse doors for workers by prohibiting the use of forced arbitration clauses in employment contracts and prohibiting employers from requiring employees to waive their right to engage in joint class or collective legal action, reverse the Supreme Court's 5-4 decision in Epic Systems, uphold the rule of law, a cornerstone of our democracy, by ensuring that workers' rights are enforceable through our justice system, ensure that post-dispute arbitration agreements are not obtained by threat or coercion, and that the agreement is understandable, and that the employee affirmatively consents to the agreement in writing and is fully aware of their rights in the workplace. And it's co-sponsored by a bunch of Democratic senators, including Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. Oh, and the Club, Amy Klobuchar. Okay, and then as far as forced arbitration in cases relating to or disputes relating to sexual harassment and sexual assault. So that there was a bill passed in 2022. And this is from 2 years ago, and it's Gretchen Carlson who was impacted by forced arbitration at Fox News when she came forward against former CEO Roger Ailes. And so she's talking about like why this is so significant to gaining ground with Me Too legislation, and how forced arbitration is really harmful to employees who have been victimized by sexual assault or sexual harassment in the workplace.
Partisan bill to empower survivors of sexual harassment and assault now heads to President Biden's desk for his signature. It is the most significant Me Too legislation to pass in Congress since the movement began. Lisa Desjardins has more on what it means for sexual abuse survivors.
The historic legislation ends the use of forced arbitration clauses for sexual harassment and assault claims. It's a common practice in all kinds of contracts that mean people cannot take those cases to court.
Didn't the NLRB just make a move on this too that's been challenged in the courts? I think you're right. I think you're correct.
Gretchen Carlson saw the impact of this firsthand when she came forward against former Fox News CEO Roger Ailes in 2016.
God, he really looks like a slug. I forgot he's so slug-like.
Since then, she's advocated for the law and today joined senators on both sides of the aisle to celebrate its passing. And she joins us now to discuss what it all means. Gretchen, this term, forced arbitration, it sounds almost clinical. Can you help us understand in real terms, what has this meant in America?
Yeah, it really is something that people hear it and their eyes glaze over and they have no earthly idea if they have it in their workplace contract or if they just happen to click on an email or it's tucked away in their employee handbook. Basically, this has become an epidemic across America over the last 30 to 40 years, with companies using it. Up to 84% of all people would be under forced arbitration in the next couple of years, just to show you the exponential growth. And it means that if you have a problem at work, you have to go to this secret chamber called forced arbitration instead of your Seventh Amendment right to be able to go to an open jury process.
Your case made international headlines in part because of your profile and also because it took down one of the world's most powerful men. It meant his professional demise. But can you help us understand more broadly, what has this meant for people less close to power? Any stories you can share?
Yeah, I mean, let me just first explain that I had a forced arbitration clause in my last contract at Fox. And even as an educated woman thinking about bringing a lawsuit, even at that time, I did not understand the ramifications of what that meant. And it was a dark day for me when my lawyers told me, you have no case because you're going to go to the secret chamber of arbitration. You cannot go to a jury trial. And that's why we sued Roger Ailes personally. That was the strategy, to try and make my case public. Or we arguably would not be in this movement right now because my story would have never, ever been told. And what ended up happening, Lisa, was that I started hearing from thousands of other women across the country after my case became public, and they said, the same thing happened to me. And I've never, ever been able to tell my story. And I realized then that it was an
I'm always reminded, like, revisiting legislation that passed like this, the Ending Forced Arbitration of Sexual Assault and Sexual Harassment Act, that there is a lot of good that came from the Me Too movement, even though in some ways it feels like, God, we've taken a step back when you look at the backlash to, to victims of sexual assault and sexual harassment, when we see how, like, cancel culture has become this term now that everybody just uses in a completely incorrect way and how it doesn't actually exist. And now it's like a rite of passage. Oh, you got canceled? Oh, come join the club where we can bitch about being canceled and talk about how horrible these blue-haired, woke, PC assholes are. Yeah, come get a Netflix special. And it's a reminder that, like, without the Me Too movement and how massive that movement was, we wouldn't have gotten legislation like this, which is very good. Ending forced arbitration for sexual assault claims is something that is something that comes from having these massive national movements.
Epidemic, and I needed to do something about it.
Those are stunning numbers.
What about Al Franken?
This is also a topic
What about it?
that was once taboo, sexual misconduct. And I know in trying to push this law, some large business groups really worked against you. They said this law is too broad. Can you help us understand how and why, in the end, did it get so much wide support?
Yeah, so groups like the Chamber of Commerce were against this bill, but I will say that this time around they did not publicly come out against it, but they were working very hard behind the scenes. But the way that I sum this up is that I saw a tonal shift happening on Capitol Hill over the last 5 years since I started advocating for this bill, and specifically with Republicans. And so I decided strategically to make most of my outreach to Republicans. Democrats tend to vote for this, and Republicans tended not to. And I was able to get...
How the fuck did you work for Fox News for so long? I'm just like... Look, no one deserves to be sexually harassed or assaulted, but you cannot possibly be surprised that Republicans tended to vote against legislation like this, whereas Democrats did not. Yeah, no shit.
Get a lot of Republicans who voted no the first time this was introduced back in 2017 to switch their votes to yes this time. I think that was significant.
Wonder how many people that work at Fox News and don't believe the crap coming out of their mouths. I don't know. Gretchen was not... Okay, wait. She was like... She was part of like Fox News Maine. She didn't have a specialty show. I think the ones who have their own shows, like Greg Gutfield and Laura, what's her fucking name? Yeah, I can't think of their names right now, but you know, all those people. Jesse Waters. I think that they especially lean into the crazy stuff, but she still like was a part of it. Laura Ingraham. Yeah. Yes. Brian Kilmeade. Kill me. I think Gretchen Carlson was she was part of like Fox's main news programming rather than I don't know, I may be wrong. I can't really remember her. I mean, this was back in I remember her, but I don't remember her on Fox News, but she was still a part of the Fox News machine, and she was a big part of it because she was one of their big main journalists. Like, I don't think she had the Gretchen Carlson show, you know? She was on the morning show with Brian. She was with Brian Kilmeade.
Because of the efforts made, but also because people realize that this movement's not going away now. And the same thing with companies. As much as they thought this might be a passing fad, they're now thinking to themselves, wow, 5 years into this, we're still talking about this. And so we might have to be introspective and make some changes. And maybe we can't silence our women anymore when bad things happen to them.
Yeah, can you talk to that idea?
All right. Anyway, sorry. I'm kind of having news ADHD brain today, where I'm like, all right, I want to get to the next news story, but I do want to get to the next news story, and the next news story is talking about Matthew Perry. No worries, you're doing great. I want to get to the next news story because then I really want to do my tribute for tonight, which is a tribute on Jenna Rollins, who passed on the 14th, but I haven't had a chance to do a tribute yet. This is great for my short attention span. I know. Usually I feel like I'm more thorough and stuff. I'm like, okay, let's get to the next one. All right. So, next up, let's talk about the updates in the Matthew Perry investigation.
They knew what they were doing was wrong. They knew what they were doing.
So Matthew Perry, who overdosed, what was it, last year? And he overdosed and was found in his home. He was found floating face down in his hot tub. And it turns out that he had a large amount of ketamine in his system. And so since he died, there has been an investigation into his death. And today they announced that multiple people have been arrested in relation to Matthew Perry's overdose having to do with ketamine. And so there's a couple parts to this story. One being the people who were arrested and who are horrible and absolutely took advantage of him being not just a wealthy person who would pay anything for ketamine and drugs, but somebody who was a recovering addict and therefore had the, personality to become addicted to something else. And so they fully took advantage of that. His assistant who was administering him the ketamine. And then the other part of this is how this is now going to affect people who do use ketamine medicinally. So ketamine is still something that is not used to the extent as marijuana is medicinally, but there has been a growing number of people who are under supervision using ketamine to treat mental health problems. It is a drug that acts as an anesthetic, and so it's being used more and more in clinical settings. And so, and also obviously it's used recreationally. But the question now is going to be like, is there going to be a crackdown on ketamine because of this massive story here where a bunch of people have been arrested, you have a celebrity who overdosed, how there's all this fear mongering around ketamine and got to get it off the streets, blah, blah, blah.
Was risking great danger
Wonder
to
Gal,
Mr.
thank
Perry,
you for the 12 months.
but they did
Becky,
it anyway.
thank you for the 3 months.
Nearly a year
Sis
after the
user.
death of Friends star Matthew Perry, a
Thank you for the
stunning
Prime.
development. 5
Razio, thank you for the 6 months. Crafting Cherry, thank you for the 6 months.
people, including 2 doctors, charged in connection with the actor's fatal ketamine overdose.
The desperation that led Perry to these individuals was not met with help, as it should have been from the doctors, but instead it was met with exploitation. Exploitation by those who should have guided him toward help. This betrayal of trust is at the heart of this tragedy.
Federal prosecutors allege that 5 people used Matthew Perry as a blank check, and instead of taking care of his well-being and health, they saw him as a quick buck in selling drugs.
The defendants also include Jasveen Sangha, who prosecutors say is also known as the ketamine queen of North Hollywood, and Dr. Salvador Plasencia, or Dr. P of Santa Monica. Plasencia and Sangha are both charged with conspiracy to distribute ketamine, distribution of ketamine, and other charges. The 3 other defendants include Perry's 59-year-old live-in assistant, Kenneth Iwamasa, who pleaded guilty to 1 count of conspiracy to distribute ketamine, causing death, and admitted repeatedly injecting Perry with ketamine without medical training, including performing multiple injections on Perry the day he died. Perry's family releasing a statement saying, "We were and still are heartbroken by Matthew's death,
it's
but
really
it has helped to
sad.
know that law enforcement has taken this case very seriously."
Yeah,
We look
not the nickname, the ketamine queen. Like, Jesus, what a nickname. Did it come out he OD'd, I thought originally? Okay, so what it is that he already had underlying health problems, and he had issues with his blood pressure. Plus, he was in a hot tub when he was given his final dose of ketamine. But he was also given 2 enormous doses previously that day. And so I think this was the 3rd one. And ketamine, when you are taking that much ketamine and when you have health problems already, needs to be done under the supervision of a medical professional.
forward to justice taking its course. Last October, Perry posted this photo of himself in his hot tub wearing headphones. And just days later, Perry was found dead in his Pacific Palisades home. Law enforcement sources say that same assistant, Iwamasa, discovered the 54-year-old floating and unresponsive in that jacuzzi.
Requesting 2 additional units and a supervisor respond to Bluesdale Drive.
According to an autopsy report, Perry died from acute effects of ketamine. Drowning and coronary artery disease were listed as contributing factors.
This isn't fun, you know. You're very nice, and being interviewed by you is great, but like, it's not fun to talk about this stuff. I don't like talking about it, but I know it's going to help people to talk about it. I know the book is going to help people.
Perry, take 1. In 2022, Perry opened up to my colleague Diane Sawyer about his addiction and his best-selling memoir, Friends, Lovers, and the Big Terrible Thing.
Addiction, the big terrible thing, is far too powerful for anyone to defeat alone. But together, one day at a time, we can beat it down.
Yeah. Your disease is just outside, just doing 1-arm push-ups, just waiting for you, waiting to get you alone. Because alone, you lose to the disease. And now I finally feel okay and feel like I've got some strength.
What does it mean to feel okay?
It means that I've developed some safety nets around this, you know.
But the federal investigation reveals that Perry was once again struggling with addiction in 2023, something prosecutors say the defendants took advantage of.
Matthew Perry sought treatment for depression and anxiety and went to a local clinic where he became addicted to intravenous ketamine. When clinic doctors refused to increase his dosage, he turned to unscrupulous doctors who saw Perry as a way to make quick money.
After learning about Perry's interest in ketamine, investigators say Placencia contacted another doctor, Dr. Mark Chavez, who previously operated a ketamine clinic in order to obtain ketamine to sell to Perry. Investigators say they uncovered text messages between the two doctors in which they discussed how much to charge Perry for the ketamine, writing, "I wonder how much this moron will pay."
Oh my God. Fuck these people. It's something where, again, I hope this doesn't have a negative effect on people who have, rely on ketamine for mental health treatment and, the other ways that ketamine is used, because these people are just evil. They are very evil.
He also stated in text messages that he wanted to be Mr. Perry's sole source of supply. He wrote in a text message that he wanted to be Mr. Perry's, quote, go-to for drugs.
They allegedly charged Perry $2,000 for a ketamine vial worth just $12.
Over 2 months, from September to October 2023, they distributed approximately 20 vials of ketamine to Mr. Perry in exchange for $55,000 in cash. Defendant Placencia saw this as an opportunity to profit off of Mr. Perry.
One of the other defendants was Eric Fleming, a broker who worked with Sangha and allegedly distributed the ketamine that led to Perry's death. Fleming allegedly wrote in a text message, quote, "I wouldn't do it if there wasn't a chance of me making some money for doing this." Prosecutors alleging the defendants knew what they were doing was wrong.
When they'd refer to the ketamine, they used coded language. They'd refer to it using terms such as, quote, Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, $2,000 for $12 worth of meds. That's just American healthcare. I know. I like how anyone who's experienced with the American healthcare system is like, oh, I mean, yeah, that's pretty typical. Obviously, these people were fucking evil and taking advantage of Matthew Perry and responsible for this. But also, yeah, that is the reality of just the American healthcare system.
Or, quote, bots, or, quote, cams. Also, defendants Placencia and Chavez, as medical doctors, knew full well this was not the proper way to administer ketamine, and they even talked about that in their exchanges.
Ketamine is an FDA-approved controlled substance. It's a short-acting but powerful anesthetic that's also used off-label as an alternative therapy for depression. Allegedly, one reason Perry used it.
It's a great choice for an anesthetic, and for sedation. It affects memory and it affects, the patient's ability to process pain.
Ketamine is also used and abused recreationally.
Ketamine misuse is increasing, and it is fairly common, and we see it in the hospital often. While this drug may be considered safer than some other drugs that are out there on the street, people don't realize how habit-forming it can be.
Yeah, so I think what's happened with ketamine is as fentanyl was, fentanyl was being mixed in more with cocaine, and so people were overdosing on cocaine. There was this fear of, oh my God, all cocaine has fentanyl in it. Ketamine, I'm speaking recreationally. Ketamine then started to take over for something like cocaine. They're very different, but I've noticed that in the past couple of years, ketamine has really risen through the ranks in recreational drugs.
Patients taking ketamine therapy should be supervised and administered to by a healthcare professional, something prosecutors say did not happen with Perry in the days before his death.
When people start using ketamine recreationally and they're not being monitored, that's when they're opening themselves up to a whole host of issues and problems and dangers.
I'm Chandler. I make jokes when I'm uncomfortable.
Well, I loved Chandler. I loved the show, and I also remember.
It's also also, yes, it's also being talked about by like wealthy tech weirdos. I was reading this whole profile on Nicole Shanahan. It's something that Elon Musk has talked about all the time. It's like it is the tech bros drug, and it's one that celebrities love. Chrissy Teigen was talking about ketamine. She was like, "Yeah, I did ketamine, blah blah," and so it's kind of it's just really become the glamour drug. Tech bros also love DMT. Yeah. I think ketamine use may be up because the antidepressant.
Remember this, because it's going to be the best time of your life. And I knew it.
Perry skyrocketed to fame on the hit TV series
Adderall.
Friends, and it's impossible to imagine anyone else playing Chandler Bing.
Okay, who wants light cheese and who wants dark cheese?
Other than the handsome, hilarious, and quick-witted Matthew Perry, cast when he was just 24.
Someone at work ate my sandwich.
Well, what did the police say?
Sarcastic, charming, and that comic timing. For 10 seasons on Friends, for multiple generations of viewers, Perry could make it all look so easy. But for him, for decades, nothing was easy.
It's the time I should have been the toast of the town. I was in
Not
a
at
dark
you.
room
Oh, no, I know.
meeting with nothing but drug dealers and completely alone.
Dude, his story is so sad too, because he first got addicted to drugs after suffering an accident filming, and I think it was his back, and I think that's what got him on painkillers and started him on this path of addiction. It is the sad reality of how a lot of people become addicted to drugs is that they get in an accident, something happens that causes them pain, and then quickly after they're given painkillers, they become addicted to them.
For months.
Behind the scenes, addiction and alcohol and later prescription painkillers would repeatedly fling Perry into a decades-long hellscape, leading to extreme fluctuations in his weight and countless months in rehab. Perry said he went through detox roughly 65 times. Castmates coming to his aid during dark times, like Jennifer Aniston.
Jenny, yeah.
And she says, "We know you were drinking."
Yeah, imagine how scary a moment that was. And I said, how? I thought I was hiding it so well. And she said, we can smell it, we can smell it. But I wasn't in a position to stop, you know?
Pain
and that's what
management
addiction is.
What do
He
you
hoped
want?
his
Yeah,
experiences
especially if you're paying
would
out of
help
pocket.
others.
When someone calls you for help,
Oh, dude, especially when you're in a position like this where you have money, you have access. This is what John Mulaney talked about in his special, because John Mulaney is also an addict, and he was very, very addicted to pills. And he's talking about like how easy it was to get them, and it was, you know, some phony doctor who was administering him pills, but he was he was just able to basically get whatever he wanted.
and says, "I'm in trouble," what do you want to say to them first?
I say, come over, let's talk. A guy coming up to me and saying, can you help me stop drinking? And I can say yes and follow up and help
It's
the person.
easy
And
even
I
with
see the
normal
light come on
doctors.
in their eyes, and I have the answer because of stumbling so much. I can help them. So
saving each other,
because he eventually figures out that he's saving me too.
Late today, the so-called ketamine queen and one of the
Ketamine
doctors,
queen.
Placencia, pleading not guilty, and Placencia released on a $100,000 bond. How did your client feel about being lumped in with somebody called the ketamine queen of Los Angeles?
Well, he doesn't appreciate the association by any stretch of the imagination. At the end of the day, Dr. Plasencia was providing medical treatment to Mr. Perry. He was operating, in good faith under what he believed was his duty under the Hippocratic Oath.
Dr. Plasencia is facing up to 120 years in federal prison, while the ketamine queen faces life in prison for the allegations against them.
In recent years, other drug-related celebrity deaths have led authorities to prosecute the people who supplied the drugs, including rapper Mac Miller's fatal overdose of cocaine, alcohol, and counterfeit oxycodone that contained fentanyl. Two of the men who provided him with the fentanyl were later convicted of distributing the drug. On Thursday in Los Angeles, investigators vowed to crack down on the drug suppliers.
By filing these extensive and serious charges, we are sending a clear message. If you are in the business of selling dangerous drugs, we will hold you accountable for the deaths that you cause.
New tonight, 2 people charged in the death.
Okay. What is ketamine?
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal now. So, Dr. Syal, we have heard about ketamine. It's grown in popularity to treat depression, anxiety, even PTSD. So, talk to our viewers about exactly what ketamine is and the rules and regulations in place if you are to receive it from a doctor or a registered clinic.
Hey, Vicki. So ketamine's been around for decades now. It's commonly used as an anesthetic in surgery, and it even, makes its way into circles as a party drug. But Vicki, I think a lot of what you're seeing now is sort of off-label use for depression, for a variety of mental health conditions, including PTSD, anxiety, depression. I should point out there is an FDA-approved, only one FDA-approved use for this for mental health, and that's in the form of S-ketamine, a nasal spray. I mean, Vicki, a lot of what you're seeing now, in addition to what you saw with Matthew Perry, is that people using it off-label in ketamine treatment centers, ketamine infusion centers. People, under the care of doctors are using it to treat these things. And, I think for your viewers out there, the one takeaway I would say is nobody should be using this at home. It is not, or it is a drug that can be particularly dangerous, especially when unsupervised. So if you are somebody who is using this, make sure it's under the care of a physician in a supervised medical facility, Vicki.
Talk to us about some of the risks associated with ketamine and what are signs that someone might be addicted to it.
So whenever we look at,
one death and they're talking about it this much, I get it. Who's a special guy? But damn, I mean, yeah, that happens when it's a case that involves a very big celebrity. But that's why I'm like, I'm a little hesitant with them going, yeah, we're going to crack down on ketamine suppliers. Like, is this going to have an effect where it's harder for people to get ketamine who, look, I'm not trying to like defend people who use this recreationally. It's not who I'm talking about here, but talking about people who are using this to help with mental health problems.
Is somebody addicted to something? We worry about, is it preoccupying their life? Is it something that they're, spending way too much time trying to get the drug, spending a lot of money trying to get the drug? Are they canceling things that they would be doing otherwise to try to get the drug? Those are, for ketamine or for a variety of substances, signs you want to look for. But Vicki, in terms of side effects with this thing, it can cause hallucinations. It can cause, agitation. It can cause nausea, problems with thinking and memory. And the one we worry about most here is unconsciousness, particularly when paired with other substances. You worry, can it affect your breathing? Can it affect your heart? And that's where you can see, the drug can be fatal in overdoses, Vicki.
And quickly, before we let you go, is there a difference between the ketamine that's sold on the street and the ketamine that is used by doctors with therapy?
We worry, can it be laced with other substances, Vicki, right? Like other things other than ketamine that are in there. But, I would also caution the dose. If you're getting it off the street as opposed to a licensed medical facility, are you getting a dose that's going to cause some of those side effects we just talked about? So I really strongly urge nobody should be taking this at home. If you are using it, make sure it's under the care. There are plenty of medical centers that do provide this. So I think that's really the take-home point here today, Vicki.
I ended up taking ketamine infusions to help my depression. It helped, but not helping as much as the doctors wanted it, but I feel like it helped me feel better. Yeah, I feel like I feel like finding what works to treat various mental health problems is often you just try a bunch of things and see what works the best. When they cracked down on opioid scripts, we all just moved to heroin and then fentanyl. So I'm sure some of that will happen here with street substitutes. Yeah. You're not wrong. I'm just laughing at we all, like, all of us, we were doing heroin. No, I recognize that you're totally correct in that you crack down on one drug like this in the way that the police department was talking about, and you create another problem. With arrest in Matthew Perry's death, is LA's ketamine bubble about to burst? They call her the ketamine queen. Josephine Sangha, authorities say, would sell ketamine, aka Dr. Pepper, in unmarked clear glass vials and tout it over signal messages as high quality. She allegedly called her source master chef and scientist. Some people want to be Breaking Bad so badly. They really want to be Breaking Bad. Master chef and scientist. She only deals with high-end celebs, someone in her network allegedly texted a potential buyer. If it were not great stuff, she'd lose her business. One of Sangha's most famous customers, federal prosecutors alleged Thursday, was Matthew Perry. Authorities say that she sold about 50 vials of the drug to the actor for $11,000, including the batch that led to his October 28th death at 54 years old. U.S. Attorney Martin Estrada said an investigation had uncovered a broad underground criminal network responsible for distributing large quantities of ketamine to Perry and others. Estrada referenced the opioid fentanyl, which has fueled an epidemic of overdoses, and said authorities are on a campaign to address this and send a message that if you sell drugs that result in the death of another person, the consequences will be severe. The only person that I do feel kind of bad for in this situation is his assistant. So his assistant was the one who was administering the ketamine doses to Matthew at Matthew's request. Like, the last thing that he said when he was getting into the hot tub was, "Shoot me up with a big one." And he had his first ketamine shot at 8:30 that morning. He had his second 4 hours later when he was watching a movie. And it was 40 minutes after that he wanted another shot. So his assistant filled a syringe with ketamine, gave his boss a third shot, and left the house to run some errands. When he returned, he found Mr. Perry face down the water, dead. So the thing is, with celebrity assistants, it's this really kind of crazy world where it's not a normal assistant job. Like, you do all sorts of things for celebrities. There's a lot of secrets that you have, you know. Some celebrity assistants work for celebrities for years. They're basically like family because they know them better than anyone else. And so it's unfortunate that, like, whereas the ketamine queen and Dr. Placenta and I think it was one or two others were very predatory towards Matthew Perry and fucking evil, as displayed by their text messages. This situation is one where I feel bad for his assistant, because he's not like, you know, he's not like the ketamine queen and that whole crew of people. And it's very sad. First of all, the guilt of having been the one to give Matthew his ketamine doses and to have given him the dose where, when you left to go run errands and return to find him dead, you're already, you know, having to deal with, he'll already have to deal with so much from that. And I think he had been with Matthew Perry for a long time. He's an assistant who's in his 50s. Like, very sad situation all around. And people complained about Cutie wanting her assistant to do the dishes. Right. Mr. Iwamasa was one of 5 people who the authorities in California said this week had been charged with a conspiracy to distribute ketamine. And the other thing, too, is that for a lot of people, ketamine is perceived as a harmless drug. It's not like Matthew Perry was going, hey, can you shoot me up with heroin? Where I think your average person would go, I don't feel comfortable doing that. But ketamine doesn't have the reputation that heroin has. It's a very different drug. And so it you know, that's also probably a reason why his assistant was like more inclined to give him ketamine than he would be with a drug like heroin. And it being prescribed to him technically, you know, so I don't know. I hope the assistant is, I hope he comes out of this legally okay. Like, yes, it is negligence, but I do think that there are a number of factors at play here where this was not, this is not something where he should be roped in with, these suppliers who are saying, they're trying to blame him, by the way. They're like, well, we never dealt with Matthew Perry. We only dealt with his assistant. So it's his fault. Like, everyone's trying to throw the assistant under the bus. What was he charged with? He's charged with conspiracy to distribute ketamine, which is a really big charge. Prosecutors accused several of the defendants of enabling Mr. Carey's ketamine use despite being aware of his history of drug abuse and addiction and his attempts to stay sober. Yeah, it's... oof. As Mr. Perry's personal assistant, Mr. Iwamasa was tasked with coordinating his doctor's appointments and making sure he took the proper medication. Perry had earlier pursued ketamine therapy, law enforcement officials said, but when a doctor at a local clinic refused to increase his dosage, he said he sought the drug elsewhere. In September, Perry asked Mr. Iwamasa to procure him ketamine illegally, according to the plea agreement. Yeah, that's tricky. Mr. Iwamasa was introduced to Dr. Salvador Plasencia, a physician who was later charged in the case. I will just say, I have had friends who have been personal assistants for celebrities, and getting them drugs and whatever they need is literally part of the job. Now, obviously, Matthew Perry was an addict and had previously spoken up about his addiction, but he also did have a prescription for it. And it's something where, as a celebrity assistant, again, you do what your celebrity boss asks you to do. And a lot of times that includes procuring them substances, or it's kind of something of, I don't know. It depends. It's case by case. I think people who work as celebrity assistants get used to the way that the celebrity world operates and how, oh yeah, no, this is just stuff that you do. You know, it's something where, like, obviously if you're an assistant for a manager at a bank and they're like, yeah, can you get me ketamine? That is out of the ordinary for you to have to do as an assistant working in a setting like that. But the entertainment industry, it's very normalized. If an assistant gets caught getting illegal drugs for a celebrity, do they have to tank all the blame, or will the celebrity help get them off? I think it depends, but they don't get caught. They're not like buying drugs off the street from undercover cops. There are drug dealers to the stars. Like, there are certain drug dealers, and that's who this ketamine queen supposedly was. Supposedly a ketamine supplier for celebrities. But yeah, no. Celebrities and those who get drugs for celebrities aren't don't get drugs the way that normal people would have to. But yeah, the assistant wasn't qualified to give the doses. Oh, of course not. No, there's absolutely negligence at play here. I'm just saying that this is absolutely something that is so normalized in the industry, and also it's very clear that the malintent is from the side of the ones supplying the drugs, who openly talked about, how much money can we take this moron for? Like, they clearly demonstrated an absolute lack of care for Matthew Perry. I'm more angry at the doctors for their greed and negligence. Yeah. At one point, Placenta mused on the money he stood to make with a friend, Dr. Mark Chavez. I wonder how much this moron will pay. Let's find out. And he also had a fraudulent prescription of the drug. Dr. Placenta soon instructed Mr. Iwamasa on how and where to inject ketamine into Mr. Perry's body. That's the other thing, too, is that his assistant, I know it looks like I'm defending this guy. I don't even fucking know this guy, but his assistant was instructed by, quote unquote, a doctor, was telling him where to inject the ketamine into his body. No, his name's not Placenta. It's Placencia, but I'm just calling him Dr. Placenta. Found the sweet spot, but trying different places led to running out. Mr. Iwamasa texted Dr. Placenta on October 4th. Over the next several days, Iwamasa's request for ketamine became more urgent. I just ran out, Iwamasa texted the doctor, who replied he had 2 vials to sell him if the assistant could meet him in downtown Santa Monica. That week, Placenta met Mr. Perry and his assistant in a parking lot near an aquarium in Long Beach, California. He injected the actor in the back seat of the car, passing along multiple additional vials. Perry would ultimately pay at least $55,000 to Dr. Placenta for ketamine over a period of about a month. That is fucking insane. The actor and his assistant were beginning to look for additional sources to keep up their supply of the drug. Perry began communicating with a man named Eric Fleming, with whom he shared a mutual friend. Fleming, who later agreed to cooperate with law enforcement, texted Perry on October 10th that he could sell him ketamine at a good price as long as he received a tip for brokering the deal. Fleming was put in touch with Iwamasa to work out the details, texting him an image of a ketamine vial with a photograph of a horse on the packaging. The drug is commonly used as a veterinary tranquilizer. The next day, Fleming showed Iwamasa screenshots of his communications with his source. Okay, so this is where the ketamine queen comes into play. A woman named Josephine Sangha, whom Fleming described as working with high-end clients and celebrities. If it were not great stuff, she'd lose her business. Iwamasa texted Mr. Fleming that his boss was only interested in the unmarked ones, not the horsey version. I did some calling around about the Mexican stuff, and it's fine for people too. This guy Fleming accepted a plea deal in the case. On the same day that Perry received illegal ketamine infusion treatment from another doctor at a medical office, Dr. Placenta visited Perry's home and administered him a large dose of ketamine, according to Iwamosa's account to law enforcement. Perry froze up, was unable to speak or move, and experienced a spike in blood pressure. Iwamosa and the doctors struggled to move him onto a couch. Dr. Placenta stated something to the effect of, "Let's not do that again," but he continued to offer more ketamine. The next day, Fleming delivered a sample vial of ketamine to Mr. Perry's home for $180. Satisfied with the drug, Iwamasa asked for more. Fleming delivered 25 vials for $6,000, including $500 for his own work on October 14th. 10 days later, Mr. Fleming delivered another 25 vials along with ketamine lollipops that Sangha included as a bonus. Oh my God, ketamine lollipops. Iwamasa and Fleming both agreed to sign plea agreements, giving officials a window. Okay, so Iwamasa also signed a plea agreement, giving officials a window into Perry's final days. I'm like, I feel as if prosecutors aren't interested in going after these guys. They want to take down this operation led by Dr. Placenta and the ketamine queen. Dr. Chavez eventually began cooperating with law enforcement as well. Iwamasa faces up to 15 years in prison, Fleming up to 25 years, and Dr. Chavez up to a decade. I'm sure that they will manage to get that down if they, if they testify in court or something like that. A half dozen shots per day. In the final days leading up to the actor's death, Mr. Iwamasa injected Perry 6 to 8 times per day. It's a lot of ketamine. At least twice he found Perry unconscious at his home, the assistant told law enforcement. Yeah, this is where the negligence comes in, where it's very normalized in the entertainment industry to give your celebrity boss whatever it is that they want, and you don't ask questions. And also, ketamine is something that, a lot of wealthy people do take. A lot of rich people take ketamine. But that is really terrible. On October 28th, after giving Perry 3 shots and later finding him dead, Iwamasa cleaned up the bottles and syringes left in the house, according to Fleming's account of a conversation that they later had. Iwamasa later told law enforcement officials that all the injections administered that day had come from the supply delivered by Fleming. That day, Miss Sangha deleted her text messages with Fleming from the app Signal and instructed him to delete all our messages. In a text, Fleming assured Sangha, who prosecutors said was known as the ketamine queen, that he was 90% sure everyone's protected, saying he had dealt only with Perry's assistant, not Perry himself. Does K stay in your system or is it immediately flushed out? Fleming had asked her. Yo, this guy is working in the ketamine business and doesn't fucking know if K stays in your he doesn't know anything about K. Holy shit. Yeah, what happens is some people is they use it when they're really low to get out of a hole, but they go back to being depressed. That's the only reference point for happiness. Yeah, I mean, Perry was a drug addict and he had worked to get sober, and then along comes ketamine. And I think it was something he became addicted to, of course, but because ketamine is not pills or is not something that he had been addicted to previously, it was almost in a way where, oh, it's okay. Technically, I have a prescription for this. I can take this drug and it won't be bad. Like, it's okay. Hola, Kyle. Thank you for the 2 months. In December, the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office said that Perry had died of the acute effects of ketamine. The autopsy report noted that the level of ketamine found in his blood was equivalent to the amount used for general anesthesia. Holy fucking shit. So most of the time when people do ketamine, they do little bumps. And they do little bumps, and you know, it's something where if you are only doing a small amount, it can add up to slipping into a K-hole, but usually does not. This is an insane amount of ketamine, equivalent to the amount used for general anesthesia. So yeah, again, it's something where the circumstances were extreme in this case. He was taking a lot of ketamine. He had what about a K-hive? Yeah, you slip into a K-hole and then you're in the K-hive. Nightmare. He was taking a lot of ketamine. He had underlying health conditions. You know, no one was stepping in to be like, yo, this is way too much ketamine. This is bad. I shouldn't be surprised people can be addicted to. Look, people can really get addicted to anything, you know. Some things are naturally more addictive than others, but drugs, you know, I think this is something how I've always felt about weed. When people are like, you can't get addicted to weed. Yeah, you can. Weed is not an addictive drug in the way that opiates are. Like, obviously, weed is very different from opiates, but it is absolutely something that you can be addicted to. Yo, addicted to gifting subs. Tech Slug. Keep that addiction up. Thank you so much for the 5 community subs. But yeah, you can be addicted to anything. I don't understand when people will be like, oh, no, you can't get addicted to that. Yes, you can. You can get addicted to anything. Yes, developing a habit, coming to rely on something. Do you think Matthew knew how large the doses were because of his addiction issues, or generally didn't know? Hard to say, I know, but curious. I think he knew that he was taking a lot of ketamine, but I think it was something where he had gotten sober with pills and alcohol and the other substances that he had abused for a long time, but he still had, you know, he still had pain and problems and an addictive personality. So I think ketamine came along. You know, the question is like, how was he introduced to ketamine in the first place? But I think ketamine came along and it was an answer to being an addict, but wanting to take a substance that would make you feel better. So he was taking a lot of it, and I'm sure that he was fed the lines of, oh, you can't overdose on ketamine. Like, no, it's not dangerous in the way that cocaine is, in the way that, you know, it's not dangerously addictive in the way that pills are. For some reason, ketamine is one of those drugs that people kind of do a lot of copium for, where they're like, no, it's totally fine. And yeah, I think it's important to point out differences between substances, but I think it can also be used as a way to be like, oh, no, it's not a problem at all. You're totally fine. The K crowd is like proud of how much they do every night. What happens is Coke doesn't do it for you when you move up the ladder. Well, I think a lot of people got scared that fentanyl was popping up in Coke. I think K became trendy. I think when celebrities and tech bros and just other, wealthy people started using ketamine. It made it trendy. And I think because it's kind of been sold as, oh, it's a lot safer to do ketamine, then people were like, great, I'll just do ketamine. I know quite a few people who have stopped drinking and replaced alcohol with ketamine. And it's like, okay, on the one hand, you're cutting out drinking, which can be a dangerous substance, as we all know, but you're replacing it with something where I hope you recognize that just like alcohol, it can also be addictive. And just like alcohol, it can be dangerous as well. I'm battling with opioid addiction prescribed after an accident, so thank you for covering this. It's helping, and many need to hear this. Even at the end was very bad. Well, I think it's something, first of all, I hope you're okay. I know that that's really tough, and I know that that's the story that a lot of Americans face, where they got in an accident and were prescribed opioids and became addicted like that. But I think it's something where it's been really important to push back on not demonizing addicts and understanding just how easily it is to become addicted, how predatory, medical practitioners and pharmaceutical companies have been in getting people addicted to their drugs, how it's something that, for a lot of people who are suffering from chronic pain, from mental health, various mental health conditions, that turning to drugs is often a way and the only way to deal with that. So it's important to like not demonize addicts, and yet also understand that people who are addicts are especially vulnerable, right? Like, there's a lot of people who do ketamine, but Matthew Perry was an addict. He had a lifetime of struggling with substance abuse, and he was very vulnerable to becoming addicted to something like ketamine. And again, I know I'm just doing guesswork here, but I can guarantee that ketamine was pitched to him in a way where it's like, oh yeah, ketamine's totally safe. It's not an addictive substance. It's not dangerous. Like, it's totally fine. Because I hear ketamine being talked about that way. And I think a lot of people have this idea, ketamine, oh, totally fine. It's not cocaine. It's not pills. It's not heroin or meth. But it's a very slippery slope. And it is easy to transfer addictions. Absolutely. Even if you get sober, the desire to not be sober never goes away. Yeah. And I think that we need to just keep destigmatizing drug use, as well as not demonizing addicts. Like, I think this is all part of the conversation, where whenever we have a story of somebody who was an addict and was very vulnerable and who overdosed with something, with something drug related, there's also then this tendency to get all, oh my God, we need to make drugs illegal. Like, we need to war on drugs again. We need to crack down on drugs again. Right. Like, decriminalizing and regulating is something that needs to happen. Like, in response to a story like this, it shouldn't be, oh, let's get all drugs. Let's make them all illegal. Let's prohibit it. And also understand, like, why are people turning to drugs? What are the underlying issues, the underlying factors that causes somebody to turn to procuring substances that then they are taking not in a supervised setting. Like, I think drug clinics are good. I think having places, and the data shows too, they do crack down on overdoses. But then going further than that in really helping people who are addicted to drugs for whatever reason. Making drugs safer would save so many lives. Yeah, I believe that. But that being said, I do think people like the ketamine queen and Dr. Placenta are very predatory. I believe those people do need to be held responsible. This isn't me saying that they should be defended in this at all. They're horrible, evil fucking fucks. I think they should really tell you how addictive some meds are. My old doctor never told me anything when he prescribed me Xanax. Yeah, transparency. It's a big problem. A lot of people are given prescriptions for things that they don't know how easily addicted they can become to that prescription. Oh, anyway, very sad. Very sad story, but we're going to stay in the world of entertainment and we're going to get to talking about Jenna Rollins next. But I got to go pee. Y'all, we're about to do one of my favorite segments to do on stream, which is a tribute to an entertainment legend. And it's always sad because said legend has passed, and that's why we're doing a tribute. But it's important to recognize the mark that said legend left on the film industry and on culture in general. And Jenna Rollins is certainly one of those legends. And I'm just thinking about this year and the number of the number of legends that we have lost from, we were talking about Donald Sutherland to Richard Simmons to now Jenna Rollins. I mean, there's been a number of them, but Jenna Rollins in particular is someone who when I was answering this question a couple days ago, and someone was like, what got you into acting? Or I think it was like, what inspired you? And I was kind of like, I don't think it was one thing in particular. I started off in theater and then found my way into film and television. But when Jenna Rollins passed, and I didn't have time to do her tribute until today, it always like makes me think back on that person's legacy and revisiting their work and who they were as a performer. And Jenna Rollins is one where she has an enormous body of work and is one of the most respected and revered actresses of her generation, and is frequently referred to by other enormously talented actors as like a one-of-a-kind talent. And yet she was not like a star, because she never got into mainstream blockbuster type films that would have made her a household name. And so she has this huge body of work, and we'll discuss some of it. But it's like, I was laughing because so many of the tributes to her were calling her, like referring to her as the star of The Notebook. And it's like, I get it. Okay. It's the way that, a lot of people were referring to Donald Sutherland as a Hunger Games star, where they pick their work that is most known to the general public, and that's what they remember them from. But Jenna, when I was revisiting her work and looking back on especially the collaboration that she did with her husband, John Cassavetes, who he passed away in 1989, but is considered a pioneer in cinema verite documentary style filmmaking, and was, a legend in his own right as an independent filmmaker. And they collabed together, and they were married together for 35 years. And I really came to the conclusion that I don't know if there is any actress who is like Jenna Rollins of her generation, but even afterwards. It's not to say that there are not extraordinary actresses, but Jenna she really feels like she was in a league of her own. And so we're going to look back on her life and her work. When Bob Newhart died, I saw a headline referring to him as beloved elf actor. I know, especially with younger generations. I always hesitate, and I don't want to sound like a boomer who's, yelling at an empty chair. But I think this happens where younger generations will recognize an actor just from their, the thing that was the biggest thing that they did. And my hope is I want you to dive deeper into this person's body of work, because usually the thing that most people would know them from is not their best work or what they should be known for. It's not to say that they weren't great in it, and there's not a problem with knowing Donald Sutherland from Hunger Games, or knowing Bob Newhart from Elf, or knowing Jenna Rollins from The Notebook. But it's like I do these tributes because I want to showcase everything else. And it's like, okay, so you may know this person from this film, but you are missing out if you don't check out their other work. And I think when somebody dies, that's when people will go, oh, let me take a look and let me watch some other things of theirs. And so Jenna has an enormous body of work, and I've seen what I think is some of her best work, but even still, there's a lot for me to watch. Be like, okay, let's take a look at things that I have not watched. Well, let's start off by...
I was so moved at the love story. To see a love that lasts throughout a life, into even the bad times, and for the love just not to be destroyed at all, that moved me a lot.
To be fair, using their latest work, let's
Like her
wider group
beloved
of people know
character
who
in
they're
The
talking about.
Notebook.
No, I get it. I'm saying I absolutely understand it. It's a little bit painful when it's entertainment reporters who say things like Notebook star Jenna Rollins, where I'm like, oh, I hope that is not the entirety of of what you are writing to comment on the passing of a legend like Jenna Rollins. But I do get why that is always what, what legendary actors are mentioned by when they pass, even though it is something that it is just kind of funny. It is just kind of funny because you're like, but there's stuff that's so much better.
Jenna Rollins spent her final years living with Alzheimer's disease.
I remember now. It was us. It was us.
I mean, look, she's good in everything
Her son,
that she
Nick
does.
Cassavetes, who also directed the love story, shared the heartbreaking news on The Notebook's 20th anniversary, telling EW she's in full dementia, and it's so crazy. We lived it, she acted it, and now it's on us. Jenna hasn't been seen publicly since the 2016 Oscars, the year her The Notebook co-star, Rachel McAdams, was a Best Supporting Actress nominee for Spotlight.
Are you rooting for Rachel McAdams tonight? She played a younger you in the Notebook movie.
Yes, I love her. I think she's a wonderful actress.
Still isn't over.
I love that this entire Entertainment Tonight tribute so far has been The
Your first
Notebook.
love?
Of course I can.
And what was his name?
None of your beeswax. But
Jenna's touching role in The Notebook was all the more meaningful because of her son's involvement.
well, I have no trouble at all being directed by Nick.
All he was trying to do is the right thing.
He's a director that loves actors. That in that he reminds me a lot of John, my late husband, and his father.
Jenna built her career by being unapologetically bold in her choices, portraying fierce females long before they were the norm in Hollywood.
Okay, wise guy, your turn. I love strong women, pleasant ones or unpleasant ones. They're always interesting because they take such a very strong point of view.
You wear too much makeup, Mother. In this light, you look like a beautiful prostitute.
You know, the awful thing about children is they can see right through their parents. I play a lot of mothers, and I like to because mothers are the most powerful people in the world. And I like to see how they use their power.
Julia, Kate, Brooke, Marissa, and Sandra, they all shared the screen with Jenna and were all inspired as much by her wisdom as they were her humor on set.
Would you excuse us, honey?
This is Ms. Rollins. Look at Ms. Rollins.
Oh, there's
In her chauffeured car. She won't let you, don't film her with her curlers. Oh, you seen her curlers? I don't want you to film her with her curlers. I don't want you to see her like that.
You know that someone is truly the best of the best when the biggest actresses in Hollywood are all revere them. We'll watch Jenna Rollins' acceptance of her honorary Oscar from 2016, but she was introduced by Laura Linney and Cate Blanchett spoke, and you just you see, oh, she was your favorite actress's actress. It's kind of the whole your favorite streamer's streamer. With actresses like Jenna Rollins, that's your favorite actress's favorite actress.
Did you stick out your tongue first, or did she? No, she was doing a face. Okay, she got it. Yeah, so she gets it. She's just as much an instigator as you are.
It's really great to look at how she's lived her life that way, and just I can't gush enough.
I used to have this little wish list, and Jenna was the first on my very short. I swear to you, I promise. There's nobody else after you. There's
promised.
nobody. I promise.
Okay.
The four-time Emmy winner didn't take home an Oscar until 2016, when at the age of 85, she was recognized for her life's work with an honorary award.
You know, he's just so elegant. that that is, if nobody objects, I think I'll take him home with me tonight. Really, you learn a lot about life from acting. You understand things that you didn't before. I treasure the things that I've done in the past. I love them, and no one can take them away from you, and that's a wonderful thing. This is a good story.
Also, when it comes to women who rock sunglasses, nobody touches Jenna Rollins. I think I have a post on this, or I found a tweet on this. Let me see. Hold on one second. She had her signature blonde hairdo that she never changed, and she was always rocking the coolest sunglasses. Like she just has a face that's made for fabulous sunglasses. Ugh.
I'll be seeing you in all the old familiar places.
Finally tonight here, remembering actress Jenna Rollins. Actress Jenna Rollins celebrated for her raw, dramatic roles and
God, she had the most amazing face. Truly. She had a classic like Hollywood silver screen face, which helped immensely with the roles that she played, which Jenna Rollins was she was such an expert at playing roles that were women, usually, like a mother or a housewife, but not limited to that. But ones where the characters were very unsteady, like slowly unraveling. Some type of, just something psychologically happening, or them responding to the circumstances of the world that they're in. And she did so with such a steadiness. Like, she was an actress just very grounded in herself, and it allowed her to imbue a ton of humanity into these roles that were female characters not typically seen on screen before. So one of her most well-known roles that a lot of people consider to be her best is in the film A Woman Under the Influence, and she plays a California housewife who is suffering from mental illness that is worsening. And it was something that was very rare for the 70s to show a woman who, is really falling apart because she is internally struggling with mental illness and it's externalizing itself. And, she had this beauty. She had this just the type of face that just you can't stop staring at. And I think it was an asset to her in that, one, I mean, this is Hollywood, okay? Hollywood loves beautiful people. But two, she really drew people in. And so I think it allowed her to play these roles that were kind of edgy and, might not have been something that audiences otherwise would have been open to seeing these types of characters that she played. But she had just this, she had just this incredible presence and a gorgeous fucking face. And that combined with her acting talents made it so that you couldn't not look at her even if she was in a scene with other people. Like, she commanded the attention but didn't suck up all the oxygen in the room, and you just believed her. And I think something that's I think a problem that some actors and actresses experience is sometimes when you're too beautiful, it's hard to escape into the character that you're playing. Like, a lot of times people will see the actor and not see the character. And I've said this before about Angelina Jolie. So Angelina Jolie is one of my favorite actresses, but sometimes the problem with Angelina Jolie.
Soup?
What?
You want soup?
Sure.
Ramen?
Okay. That sounds good. Sometimes I think the problem with certain Angelina Jolie films is that Angelina Jolie's beauty is almost it's almost distracting. Like, it can be hard to see the character that Angelina Jolie is playing versus Angelina Jolie, the actress, playing this character. And I think it's something that affected her later in her career. You know, like earlier in her career, even though she's always had these really standout features, it didn't seem as much of a problem. But, like, you know, a lot of the roles that she played, like mid 2000s, I love Angelina Jolie, and this is not anything on her talent, but sometimes it can be hard to see past Angelina Jolie, the Angelina Jolie, the actress, and how Angelina Jolie, the actress, looks. I have this issue with Gal Gadot, but I think that might be because she literally can't act. Gal Gadot can't act. That is a difference there. But yeah, and so sometimes an actor is so beautiful that it's hard to believe them in certain roles. Jenna Rollins was incredibly beautiful and had this, she had this really like classic blonde bombshell look for the 50s and the 60s. But she also had this innate ability where you didn't like her beauty was like an asset to the roles that she played. Charlize is the actress that's overcome that problem best. Have you ever seen Monster? I don't think Charlize is someone who's been weighed down as much by the problem of being too beautiful.
Powerhouse portrayals of women in America, starred in giant Hollywood and small independent movies for 7 decades. Her film debut, High Cost of Loving, in 1958.
You're wonderful.
She would later team up with her husband, legendary director John Cassavetes, for an incredible 10 movies across 4 decades, earning 2 Oscar nominations. First, A Woman Under the Influence in 1974, written for her by her husband.
Tell me what you want me to be, how you want me to be. I can be that. I can be anything.
Her second Oscar nomination for Gloria in 1980, about a woman who helps a young boy escape from the mob.
Come on. Don't hang back. I'd love it.
The couple would film their independent movies with low budgets, often in their own house, with their children home and watching. Their 3 children would all go into show business, their son Nick going on to direct, including the romantic blockbuster The Notebook in 2004. His mother, Jenna Rollins, one of the stars in the movie, portraying a wife battling Alzheimer's.
It's a beautiful story.
Yes, it is.
I don't know why, but it makes me feel sad.
And this was Jenna Rollins on working with her son.
It was easy. He directs much as my husband did. He just loves actors. And, when you feel loved, you're liable to do some of your better work.
And it was her son who revealed just 2 months ago his mother has been battling Alzheimer's herself for 5 years. Jenna Rollins passed away overnight at 94. Tonight, in her own words, the power of acting and the stories she was able to tell.
I began to realize that you didn't have to just live one life. You could be a lot of people. I love movies because I love the variety of how many lives you could lead.
Also, a difference with how actors are nowadays versus actors like Donald Sutherland and Jenna Rollins is actors back in the day were working all the time. Jenna Rollins was constantly working. She loved working, loved acting. And so it's not about like all this anticipation around one film, like with actors today, where maybe they'll be in one, 2 movies a year. And so it's like this is the Mark Wahlberg film, right? Back then, it wasn't about it wasn't about being very selective with the work that you do in the way that a lot of the biggest actors today are. Like Cate Blanchett isn't going to just go do an episode of NCIS for the love of acting. Whereas Jenna Rollins, one of the last things she did do was, I think she guest starred on NCIS. Like she just wanted to work as much as possible because for her it was about the craft of and the love of acting rather than doing like one very selective project that's going to be that's going to be very prestigious and going to get a lot of going to be a lot of excitement and is like the thing that you are going to be most likely in the awards conversation about. It's like 24/7 being immersed in the acting world. And so even though she's known for her collaborations with her husband, John Cassavetes, outside of that, she had acted in a lot before she started doing his movies. And then after he died in 1989, she continued to act
Jenna
a
Rollins,
bunch.
in her own words tonight, an incredible body of work.
Yeah. Okay. Let's watch this. What movies mean to me.
I always wanted to be an actress. It came from reading so much. Acting itself is much like reading a book. My mother taught me to read quite early. And as I read, I began to realize that you didn't have to just live one life. You could be a lot of people and do a lot of things, and it caught my fancy. My first memory of watching movies, I think, would be Shirley Temple. She was a wonderful actress. It was awfully nice for a little child to see another little child being a different person. I loved Betty Davis, and I do to this day. And what I liked about it was her independence. In those days, women were expected to be sweet and obedient and just what I wasn't interested in. And Betty was always playing, something that had a lot of bite to it.
Yeah, both Betty Davis and Gina Rollins, known for playing prickly female characters, known for playing women who are difficult and liking to play women who are difficult because of, one, the challenge, and two, because of how rare it was that female characters were shown on screen in a way where there's a lot about them that is not fine and dandy, and they may be on the verge of a breakdown. Like, who knows what's going to happen with them next? That was what Jenna was really, really good at, is you would watch her and didn't know if suddenly she would have an outburst and be incredibly antagonistic and just absolutely lacerate somebody, or if she would, reduce to tears and vulnerability. And she just had an amazing range of showing what women go through, showing a variety of female characters and demonstrating, but demonstrating like a strength in the characters that she played. Hansa, thank you for the 14 months. Not Demir.
I was married to John Cassavetes. He was a director and an actor too. He's a wonderful actor. He started the independent movies here.
And I think the other thing that sucks is that John Cassavetes, and rightfully so, has really been cemented in the film industry as the father of independent cinema. And his work is very often talked about and praised, and he is given his flowers, and is not a guy whose accomplishments and whose mark on the industry has gone unacknowledged. But Jenna, who was his wife and frequent collaborator, has not ever gotten the flowers that John Cassavetes got. And I think like she's frequently referred to as his muse, but she was a lot more than that. First, because she acted, before she started doing his movies, and then after he died, she continued to act. But also because his films that he did with her, many of which are considered to be some of his best work, were so good and so honest and helped to really shine a light on independent cinema because of Jenna Rollins. Like, had he not had those those film collaborations with his wife and creative partner Jenna Rollins, it would not have had the same impact on cinema history. Jenna was much more than just his muse. She was truly, truly his creative partner, and is an enormous reason why films like, films like A Woman Under the Influence, Opening Night, Gloria, why those films were so good. Criterion Collection have really good write-ups for her in the Cassavetes box set. Criterion loves her, yeah.
We both had other careers. I was an actress. He was an actor, and when we ran out of money, which you always do with independent movies, we'd stop and go do another movie, earn some money, and bring it in and put it in our movie. It's a tricky life, but it was so exciting and wonderful because you were doing what you really wanted to do.
Like, what's crazy is that Jenna was doing, she had like a studio contract. She was doing network television. I will say, I don't think the full strength of her talent and, the showcasing of what a powerhouse she is came to life until she and John started collaborating. But it's just something where you have to understand that like independent cinema during this time period was not what independent cinema is today, where you'll have a big actor, an A-list actor who does their big studio film and then goes and does an independent film. But even still, the independent films that these stars are doing are like independent by name because they're not big studio films, but not really, really independent. I mean, we're talking Neon, we're talking A24, we're talking these huge production these production companies and distribution companies that are independent simply because they're not in the studio system, but are enormously successful and huge, and a lot of major A-list talent have done films that are produced and distributed by these independent studios. But at this time, when Jenna and John were collaborating together and producing independent films, independent cinema was in its early stages. And so they would literally like they would use every last dollar and make a film, and then go off and do some studio stuff and make some money and use that to like support their family and then make their next film.
I think the most challenging role was Woman Under the Influence, which John wrote. And it was such a complicated character. I said to John, I'm a little stuck here. Can you explain this a little bit?
Also, John originally wanted to do Woman Under the Influence as a play and wanted to do it like a 2-night-a-week type thing. And Jenna said, absolutely not, when she really understood this character, or like, you know, the character like got the gist of it. She went, there's no way that emotionally I can do this in a play 2 nights a week for an extended run. This needs to be a movie. This needs to be, you know, this needs to be a one and done thing. And she was also very instrumental in helping to make the character of Mabel as fully flushed out as she was. John Cassavetes was really groundbreaking in his female characters, but that was especially because of Jenna Rollins. And she's like, it's really important to have this character having like a slow breakdown throughout the film as her mental, as her mental illness intensifies. And this is not something that we typically see on screen, especially not for a housewife in California whose life on the outside seems all fine and dandy, but is actually having a mental break.
To me. And he said, Jenna, he said, I wrote
Games tonight?
Yes.
Maybe.
With you in mind.
We'll see.
I said, yes. And I asked you to read it, yes. And you read it, and you said you liked it. Yes, I did. And you said that you wanted to do it. Yes. And he said, well, then, do it. And it was the most wonderful feeling of freedom. The part belongs to you. The author just gave you a great present, and it must be a big sacrifice for him, too, because I'm sure that he had very definite ideas. It's freed me up in many things since, so that when I hear the word action, it's not any pressure. It's mine to do with what I think is right. And that's a wonderful feeling. Being independent, we were constantly working on some script that John had written, and not the children. They were only coming out and stumbling over all the equipment because we shot so many things in our house. They were right in the middle of it. They couldn't help not seeing it. And we laugh about it because they all three went into the movie business too. In fact, I did a picture with them, a notebook. That's the last one that we did. I've done a couple with him.
God, she's so glamorous in everything that she's in. Even when she's like a woman having a mental breakdown, she's just, I mean, that's not what happened in The Notebook. In The Notebook, she has dementia, but in some of her other work, like even as she's like become untethered and is in psychological distress, there was just such a glamour to her still.
One of us would clutch a little bit, him directing his mother and me being directed by my son. But it was easy. He directs much as my husband did. He just loves actors. And, you know, when you feel loved, you're liable to do some of your better work. Well, I love movies because I love the variety of how many lives you could lead.
Jenna Rollins' genius was for proving that acting like walking is a controlled form of falling. She was a master at leveraging her poise until it gave way to heartbreaking displays of raw emotion. Her ability to modulate between coolness and pathos can only be called grace. I mean, look at her fucking face. She's incredible, honestly. All right, so I have some clips and stuff for us to take a look at. I love how Jenna Rollins didn't need to change her hair to embody a completely different person in each movie. Her hair always looked fabulous. Fabulous, darling. It's one of the most unforgettable haircuts in cinema. Also, nobody ever looked cooler with a cigarette. Like, hello? This is the coolest woman in the world. Nobody is like Jenna Rollins. My God. I mean, where do you think Fa Shun gets it from? Fa Shun's like, oh yes, she's my queen. Okay, so here's a great clip from the film Opening Night, which John Cassavetes directed, and I think he made this as a tribute to his wife. This is a film where Jenna Rollins plays Myrtle Gordon, who is an actress, middle-aged, and really struggling in her personal life, struggling in her professional life, and she is cast in a play, and she is unable to connect with the character that she's playing. And simultaneously, like, as her life is descending into chaos, and she's becoming more and more mad, let's say. And anyway, this is a clip from Opening Night.
She's very alien to me. And I would pray that I could have something to say that would make sense.
Okay, genuinely, you look at Jenna in this scene. She is so beautiful. She is so glamorous. But it doesn't feel like she's a beautiful, glamorous woman trying to be sad. Like, trying to be trying to be emotionally upset. She just was. She's one of those actors who just had this innate believability about her, very authentic. And I think that comes from having a real understanding of the character that you are playing and a deep empathy.
So that I could make sense. I seem to have lost the reality of the reality. I dream funny dreams too. I'm not myself.
This woman you're playing is as helpless as you are.
That's Murphy
as
Count.
helpless as I am. She has no weapons. She wants to fall in love, but her time has passed. It's too late. It's as simple as that. You understand that part of it, don't you? How old are you, Myrtle? You see, it's too late. You understand that, don't you? Just please tell me what this play doesn't express.
Hope?
All right, we'll pick this up later. Let's start with Act 1, Scene 1.
All right, Jimmy. Let's get set.
She's so good. What I love about opening night is that a lot of times when you have an actor playing an actor in a film that's about actors, it's about like just, I don't know, the struggle of being an actor and blah blah. A lot of times those films are for actors, like for people in the industry, where it kind of feels like it's not for a wider audience. But what's great about opening night is that it is a film for actors, but it's also a film for the audience, and it's about the relationship between the audience and the actor and the performance and the play or the film or the show or whatever it is that the audience member is watching. And I think this scene here, sorry, it's kind of shitty quality because I couldn't find it anywhere else.
I have a bar set up. How about a drink? No, thanks. Oh, come on. Loosen up a little. Have a drink.
No, thank you. I don't want one.
Sit down.
1 pixel.
Should we call room service? You're not hungry?
No.
How old are you really? I'm trying to be patient. How old are you? I'm 65. How old are you? Well, if you can't say your age, then you can't accept my play.
I accept my age.
Why can't you read my lines?
Listen, Sarah. Every playwright writes a play about herself. You've written a play about aging. I'm not your age.
What is your age?
I'm aware that playing an older woman is part of my problem. I have no illusions about being a teenager. But, on stage you have Virginia having hot flashes. So I don't have hot flashes. I'm not going through menopause. I'm not ready to play grandmothers yet. You're very clever. If I'm good at this part, my career is severely limited.
Limited to what?
Once you're convincing in a part, the audience...
This is the opening to one of my favorite post-punk albums. They just play the audio of the scene. Really? What album?
Accepts you as that.
As what?
As old. That's what old.
Are you gonna quit?
No. I'm looking for a way to play this part where age doesn't make any difference. Age isn't interesting. Age is depressing. Age is dull. Age doesn't have anything to do with anything. Listen, Sarah, I don't have a husband. I don't have a family. This is it for me. I get my kicks out of acting. If I can reach a woman sitting in the audience who thinks that nobody understands anything and my character goes through everything that she's going through, well, I feel like I've done a good job.
You think that anyone who's old can't be vulnerable?
That's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
When I was 18, I could do anything. My emotions were so close to the surface, I could feel everything easily. But now, this is years later. Plays later. Years later.
So, what's the answer?
I have this dead girl. You
Silence
remember
yourself
that kid
by
that was in the
Savages.
accident? She's so open. She's She's really just on top of everything emotionally. She reminds me of...
You said you have this dead girl. What does have mean? Is she here now? In this room?
Good night, Sarah.
She's so good. She's so good. I hope you guys are seeing, if you don't know, Jenna, what I'm saying when it's like you just are drawn into her. Are the demons with us in this room right now? Let me see if I have anything else on opening night, and then we'll get to talking about what is considered her best role. Well, a lot of people think that she should have won the Oscar for, so she was nominated twice. She was nominated for A Woman Under the Influence and then also nominated for Gloria, and she did not win. She ended up getting an honorary Oscar years later in 2016, but one of my favorite things with Oscars history is looking back on Oscar wins that at the time, maybe people were like, yeah, that was the right pick. And then as time went on, realizing, oh, it should have gone to this actress in this role. And I think that can happen when an actor and actress misses out. Lily, thank you so much for the 12 months. An actor and actress misses out on winning the Oscar, and you think, okay, well, surely they will. Like, that's crazy, but the competition was fierce. And you go, surely they'll win one later in life. And then that never happens. And so when you look back on their body of work, and, you know, a lot of this was written about with Donald Sutherland, who had never been nominated for even one Oscar. And it's crazy when you look back on his work and go, God damn, there's so many places here where he should have been nominated. But with Jenna, this is the definitive role that a lot of people feel she actually should have won the Best Actress Oscar for. Ellen Burstyn ended up winning for Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore. But here are some clips from A Woman Under the Influence. This is one where Jenna is, her character Mabel, is picking her kids up at the bus. And this is the movie where she plays a housewife in California who is really struggling with mental illness. And it is having a detrimental effect on her personal life and her life at home. So she's waiting for her kids.
Hey. Right.
I was trying to be nice.
Wacko.
Sorry, these are various cuts of scenes from the film.
Hey, watch on. Will you tell me the time? I'll go get the little chains on your shoes. Big deal? Jeez Louise. But do you have the time, please, because I'm waiting. Hey, listen, you birds, I'm waiting for my kids at school. Do you mind giving me the time? Do ya? What's the matter with you? What's it? When you see me, you know, do you feel, oh, I know her, that's Mom? Or do you ever think, do you ever think of me as dopey or mean or
No, you're smart, you're pretty, you're nervous too.
What's your name again?
Harold.
You know, are you a fan of old movies, mean like pre-1980s? For sure. I especially like to show, I know that when we do film talk on a place like Twitch, people get bored. They get bored in the first place, especially when we're doing films that are older films. Even though I really insist that if you care about movies and you have any interest in understanding like how movies make movies and the influence that your favorite movies have on or the influence on your favorite movies that you might not understand, like you need to watch older movies. You need to understand actors of and filmmakers of past generations, because somebody like Jenna Rollins in A Woman Under the Influence, playing this California housewife who is struggling with mental illness and becomes increasingly erratic, how that character informed so many other characters that are similar to the character of Mabel afterwards. Because at the time, this was just not the type of female character that would typically be on the screen. And because John and Jenna made film independently, it gave them more freedom to bring to life a variety of imperfect, prickly, psychologically distressed, but women who are on the verge of madness, either because they're angry at the world or because they, because there's something that's affecting them. And the influence of these films and these characters like still have influence today, all these decades later. It's incredible watching an older movie or foreign film and feeling that connection, realizing that so many things are truly universal between generations and cultures and everything. Yeah, absolutely. Like, you might watch something today and, oh, here's a woman having a mental breakdown. Okay. Realizing that 50 something years ago, that was not something that was, that was not something that was shown on screen, and certainly not in the way that Nick and Jenna displayed this character, where she's not mentally ill just for the sake of being a crazy lady, right? There was a lot of care and humanity that they took in humanizing this character, so that she's not just, so she's not just this stereotype. So she's not just playing a crazy lady to play a crazy lady. These film segments on stream inspire me to take intro to screenwriting this semester. Woohoo! Let's go.
Am I right?
Don't be concerned.
Am I right, Nick? Am I right, Nick?
Now listen to me.
And I know it's tough because when we do tributes, I'm only looking at clips, and sometimes it's compilation of clips, but it's always like, oh, go watch this movie if you can.
I'd like to give you a little sedative to calm you down. Please. Mabel, it won't hurt you.
Get down, Jack.
Mabel.
Get back to your coffin.
Mabel,
Get back.
I will
Back.
never hurt you.
Back!
I love you. I'll lay down on a railroad track for you. If I made a mistake, which I did, I'm sorry. But so what? What's the difference? I love you. Now relax. Come back to me.
Nick.
Relax and come back to me.
Nick.
Get out of here.
I'll kill you. You're not going to let me take a lady place. And you! You're going to let him take me. Yes. But I'm not going to.
Do you ever stream Criterion Channel movies? No. No, I don't. The copyright. Yes, Farley. Hold on a second, Farley. I'm coming, Farley. Hold on, Farley. Hold on, babe. I will play this tribute while I go let him out.
Mickey, don't be afraid to hurt my feelings. Tell me what you want me to be, how you want me to be. I can be that. I can be anything. You tell me, Mickey.
I'm coming. Giving Fashan. Or is Fashan not giving Jenna Rollins, I should say? You know, the thing about acting is it is a visual medium, and a great actor is one who you don't even like shouldn't have to even speak word, or you shouldn't have to be able to hear what they're saying to see the performance in every other part of them. And I love fan tributes like this where they have, you know, just background music where you're just watching the you're just watching the actor and you're like, oh, they're just amazing without this even needing to be a scene where you're hearing the dialogue that they're speaking. best actor. I think there are certainly actors who are generational talents who, actors who are very good at what they do, but, actors are very different. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. I don't think acting is something where, like in sports, you can qualify it more. Except, yes, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is a great answer for that. Like, I think when it comes to the arts, you can say who your faves are. Like, I think with actors, you can certainly say who your favorite actors are, but I think as far as like qualifying as who the best is, I think Gal Gadot, Kim Kardashian, Gal Gadot, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, Roseanne.
Bonsoir, mes amis. I am so very, very grateful to be here, and even more grateful for finally the Academy waving the Jenna Rollins flag high. And saying to all of us, here is the example. Here is the standard. This is the quality of work we should all strive for. Take a look at what real achievement looks like. Here is work that has made a difference, that is worthy, that is important. There are many types of Hollywood stars these days, but to me, the most powerful and the most beneficial to all of us is the rare star whose talent and authenticity is so potent that their contribution is synonymous with the evolution of film. Jenna Rollins is the actress who smashed and destroyed the female stereotype of her time. Her work declares, you want to see a modern woman? Here is a modern woman. You want to see thought and heart and psychology and conflict and life? Come feast. Let me show you the consequences of love and the loss of love. Let me show you ferocity and grace combined. Look how powerful and beautiful complex humanity can be. Let me take you by the hand to places where you have never been, but that reside in all of us. You want to see skill? Prepare yourselves. And throughout her working life, this has all been done with grace and kindness and a generosity that befits a muse of legendary proportion. Like her idol, Bette Davis, Jenna is a legend, a true legend, a legend for all the right reasons. And in addition, there is her beauty, a ravishing,
Your favorite actor's
deep
actor.
beauty that has been her keen ambassador to the rich turmoil she can weave on screen. By falling in love with her on sight, you follow her wherever she leads. It can be harrowing and dangerous, but ultimately liberating and deeply satisfying. I was lucky enough to work with Jenna in 2000 on a television movie called Wild Iris, directed by the great Dan Petrie. Can you imagine how excited I was to spend time and act with Jenna Rollins? It was a transformative time for me. I watched this great actress.
I've never heard of her, didn't grow up in movies, but being here has been planting a seed of passion. What a legend. Let's go. As I said, I know that when I do tributes, unless it's someone that, oh my God, everybody knows this person. Like if Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson passes and I do a tribute on Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. But I know that when it comes to actors of a different generation and when we're talking about films that are from before 1980, not everybody's interested. That's okay. But I think it's helpful if you are into film and film history, not missing out on knowing who these legends are so that you can watch the work that we talk about here and mentioning these legends' legacies. So I'm glad that this can introduce some people to somebody like Jenna Rollins, so that you can go back and take a look at, all the incredible film and television that she was a part of.
Work with an effortlessness that took my breath away. Air circulates around Jenna in the most refreshing way. It almost ionizes the entire set. The atmosphere feels open and creative and honest, and she invites you to jump in and splash about and discover what you didn't know existed. Between scenes, we would cluster together on our set chairs, Jenna, myself, and her wonderful husband, Bob, amongst the cables and the dust and the plastic milk cartons of gels. And we would sit there, very much like my southern relatives sit on their front porch. Relaxed and serene, Jenna was always gently observing and curious about the activity taking place around her. We talked and swapped stories, and I felt like the luckiest person alive. Being around Jenna is restorative. She confirms what you know to be true about good work, and she inspires you to bring your own uniqueness to the party. I am a bit of an introvert by nature, especially after a long day on a set, and I tend to disappear into whatever hotel room I'm staying in at the time. But Jenna and Bob cajoled and convinced me to join them for dinners. Wonderful, fun dinners, where she taught me how to eat oysters and would tell delicious dirty jokes. And while I don't remember the details of one in particular, I do remember that it was particularly debauched, and it was a joke regarding a parrot and male genitalia. It literally threw me into a spit take of red wine. When I was first nominated for You Can Count on Me, I was living in a New York City apartment without a television.
The greatest acting legend you've introduced me to is Bart the Bear, a legend.
The morning the nominations were announced, I was dead asleep. The phone rang, and in a confused haze, I heard Jenna's voice say, "Well, congratulations." I got the news from her. It is a memory I cherish, and one that still causes me to shake my head in disbelief, because I believe that without Jenna and the road that she cut for us, the work of actresses like Meryl Streep, Cate Blanchett, Julianne Moore, Jennifer Lawrence, and many others worldwide simply would not exist.
Yes, exactly. Laura Linney gets it. Jenna Rollins is your favorite actor's favorite actor. And the thing about actors, most actors, okay? Actors of a certain caliber. I'm not talking Millie Bobby Brown who goes, "I don't watch movies, they're TV." But like the greats and the ones who are at the top of the industry, they study their craft. Like they look to performers like Donald Sutherland and Jenna Rollins and Bob Newhart, and they learn from them, and they revere their talent as well as understand their importance in the industry. And how like a lot of them will say, I owe my career to this person because they are who inspired me to get into acting, or I learned so much from watching them on screen. And that is who someone like Jenna Rollins is to a lot of the biggest actresses in Hollywood today.
The impact that Jenna and John Cassavetes have had on writers, directors, actors, and producers has been seismic. They shook everyone up.
Yes, and I think their influence is something that is not felt as much, or recognized as much today, even though what they did was so what they did was so like groundbreaking, and how a lot of films were inspired from the work between Cassavetes and Rollins, and how what they did was so unique and is not something that has just been replicated. But it is something where I don't think younger generations who are into film, are into cinema, would necessarily understand the influence that they had, but then also how independent film has moved so far away from the independent style of filmmaking that John Cassavetes and Jenna Rollins were doing back in the 70s. And how I think it's something that like independent filmmakers today would do well to revisit this era and look at what they were doing in these movies. Because I think like a lot of times in independent film now, we get like these very, like, in order to try to get naturalistic performances, they can be very muted. It can be very mumblecore-y, which can be great and can work, but I think that's become such a dominant aspect of independent film, whereas Jenna Rollins was not afraid to be big when she needed to be big. Independent film did not mean that you needed to you needed to have the performance be as muted as possible, or else it would be too campy, it would be too showy, and God forbid we can't have that in this auteur independent film.
By showing us what was possible and broke down the door to independent film. Shortly after Shortly after we wrapped Wild Iris, a beautiful red kimono arrived at my door. It was a gift from Jenna, which I wear backstage to this day. I keep hoping that if it drapes my skin for long enough, some of her magical powers will seep in. It also serves as a nightly reminder to shake off fear, stay connected, and to keep growing. So Jenna, thank you. Thank you for giving us all so much of yourself, and for pointing us all, especially this actress, in the right direction.
Noted. Get kimono.
Well, thank you. Oh, I do.
I want Laura Linney to give me a tribute.
Thank all of you. I thank
glasses on her face and her head. Oh my God, you gotta love it.
you, Kate, and Laura, and Angie, and you, big boy.
You're welcome.
That's her son. That's Nick Cassavetes, who did Notebook.
So, good evening. I want to thank the Academy's Board of Governors for this wonderful evening. I feel truly honored to be here. And you know what's wonderful about being an actress is you don't just live one life, yours. You live many lives. And for that, we have to thank the writers. After all, they're the ones who start out with a piece of blank paper and they create the story, and then they create the characters in the story. And that gives us actors the opportunity to hopefully bring all of those characters to life. And there's another wonderful thing about being an actress. You get to work with a lot of people, often other actors that you have long admired. I was especially lucky because I got to work with Bette Davis, my all-time favorite. We did a picture called Strangers, and I was thrilled to death when I heard that she was cast. And one day, we were finished with the day's work, and we went down to see the dailies that the film that we shot the day before. And we went to the screening room, and they turned.
What happened with the Writers Guild strike? It ended. We came to an agreement with the studios.
Turned off the lights, and they started the film, and I sat there like all actors do at the dailies, watching myself. I saying if I did that too slowly, or if I didn't know, or it quite right, or if it was okay, and it did seem okay that day. So I was very happy.
Betty Davis, your favorite actor's favorite actor's favorite actor.
And the lights went on, and I started to gather my stuff to leave, and I looked over, and way in the far aisle was Betty and the cameraman. And they were too far away for me to hear what they were saying, but their body language was eloquent. Betty was and the cameraman was, and since I was still, I was so far away, I couldn't understand what they were saying. But I decided that this might be a good time for me to leave. And as I started for the door, Betty called out, "Jenna?" She said, "Would you wait just a moment, please? I need to talk to you." And I said, "Sure." And she walked over to me. Her eyes were still just blazing. And she said, "Did you see my lips?" I thought she was kidding. So I
Anything,
said,
Queen?
"No, did you lose them?" And she said, "That isn't funny. I mean my lips on the film that we just saw. They were bright orange, an unnatural orange, and that's his fault because he's the cameraman and he has to say so about what colors are on the screen. So I think we ought to get rid of him, don't you?" And I said, "Well, Betty, to tell you the truth, I wasn't paying strict attention. I wasn't noticing the details, of the colors and all, and I just let my mind wander, I guess." And she said, "Oh, really?" You weren't concentrating? You let your mind wander? Well, let me tell you something. You better start concentrating and paying attention to the detail, because I'm telling you, you're no spring chicken yourself. She was so funny. We had a great time. Well, I don't want to talk your heads off, but I would feel remiss if I didn't mention my late
God, why is that? Why does that feel like how Cutie and I are?
husband, John Cassavetes. He wrote me the most magnificent parts, and for other actresses too. And sometimes he directed them.
Also, if you don't know John Cassavetes, as a director. You might know him as an actor, even though he much more so as a director wanted to be a director. But he plays the world's worst husband in Rosemary's Baby. If you've seen Roman Polanski's Rosemary's Baby, the shittiest husband in the world, played by John Cassavetes.
And I surely do have to thank him for that.
And he's in Dirty Dozen.
Oh, and I did want to thank the Board of Governors for introducing me to this fine fellow. Tall and shiny and gold. Very handsome. You know, he's just so elegant that that is, if nobody objects, I think I'll take him home with me tonight. And I'll find. Oh,
I'm here.
Nick.
Too heavy.
Blow him a kiss, Ma.
And I'll find a wonderful place for him to sit. Maybe on the piano. And then everyone who comes to my house will have a chance to see him and admire him and love him the way I do. So, thanks, governors. And I'm very happy to see all of you here tonight in the audience. I'm happy to have been able to spend some time with you. Thank you.
Her son's in. Wait, Nick Cassavetes is in Face Off? Is he? I haven't seen that in a minute. Yeah. Yeah, you're correct. Absolutely true. Do I have anything else for you guys? Oh, this is the last thing that I want to read. I love this very much. So, Jenna Rollins and John Cassavetes are who I wish Will and I were in the entertainment industry. They had this very, they had this very passionate relationship, but were truly creative collaborators. And you didn't, with the work that they did, you didn't have one without the other. Ain't dead yet. I know. And I felt this way when Will and I wrote our first script together. And I was like, oh my gosh, we can be Jenna Rollins and John Cassavetes. We can be Jonathan Nolan and Lisa Joy. Like, I was just thinking about all these different great powerhouse creative couples. And then our script, we went through a bunch of shit with it, and Will was like, I quit. I'm never doing this again, and I'm going to stream instead. I was like, no, please. But I understood it. I did. I got it. I get it. But maybe one day we'll be doing this stuff. We'll be making stuff together. Anyway, this is a description of their first date from Marshall Fine's Accidental Genius: How John Cassavetes Invented the American Independent Film. It's funny, Rollins later said, when I was a kid, I was clumsy and shy. As soon as I became an actress, among other actors, there was no problem. She stayed at AADA long enough to attract Cassavetes' attention. He came backstage after her performance in Dangerous Corner and gushed, "You're such a great actress." Confronted with the handsome young actor, she was helpless to say no when he asked her out on a date. Hey, I'm new. I was looking for the book, The Fox and the Hound. It was so hard to find the books. I could find for like $400. I read rumors that Disney burned them all. Do you think that's true? I'd believe it. I'm just going to say yes. The relationship, however, could easily have ended on that first night out together. Cassavetes arrived to pick Rollins up in his mother's car, a late 1940s Bulge Mobile. mobile, whose size only accentuated how small and young Cassavetes looked. Then he began driving around, obviously with no plan for the evening. They drove for an hour, Cassavetes eventually driving them into New Jersey, seemingly unintentionally. Rollins was convinced that her date was lost when he suddenly pulled into the parking lot of a roadside honky-tonk and said not very convincingly, "Here it is." Once seated in a booth inside, however, all Cassavetes could talk about was his dog, a German shepherd named Henry. As she sat there smiling, mentally Rollins was screaming, "Get me out of here." When he got her to her door, Cassavetes tried to kiss Rollins, who leveled him with a stare. "You've got to be kidding me," she said. When he seemed perplexed, she told him, "Look, we've got nothing to talk about. All you talked about was your dog." "Well, what do you want to talk about?" Cassavetes asked. "Plays, literature, things like that," she said, terminating the date. Undeterred, Cassavetes went home and asked his father's help. What should he read to impress this girl who wanted to talk about plays and literature? The senior Cassavetes, a scholar and intellectual, made a number of suggestions and gave John a stack of books. And Cassavetes went and read them, then called Rollins for another date. "I want to go out with you again," he announced. "I've read this book and this book and this book, and I want to talk about them with you." I love that so much. So they met again, and Cassavetes dazzled her, not only with the fact that he actually had read the books in question, but because he was able to analyze and interpret them in an astute, original way. And Rollins found herself falling in love with this electric young man, convinced almost instantly that he was a genius. I love that she was like, "Go read a book." And so he did. He read a bunch of books, and it turned out was actually a fucking creative genius. And then went on to make some of the most important films in film history, and the changes that he ushered into filmmaking are ones that reverberated for decades, and even after he died in 1989. We do love a man who listens to women. That is true. Yeah. So, whenever I do these tributes, I'm always like, there's so much that I'm leaving out. This is really only a taste. I hope I have effectively communicated what a legend this woman was, and how if you love movies, and if you love movie history, and if you're like me and you love actresses, you must worship at the altar of Gena Rowlands, your favorite actor's favorite actor. And also a woman who, look, I think when I do tributes, people will be like, sometimes people will be like, who cares? Hollywood stuff. But you forget what importance film plays on society, and vice versa, and how film is film history is something where we see a lot of these really groundbreaking moments that had an effect on society. So for instance, one of the TV films that Gena Rowlands did, it's not her best film, even though she's one of those people who's great in everything, was a film called An Early Frost. And this was 1985. And it was the first movie to deal with the AIDS crisis. In the 1980s, AIDS, the AIDS epidemic being what it was, and how it was something that was very hush-hush. And it was it was something where gay men with AIDS were demonized. They were being left to die. And having a film in this time period that showcased a gay male character who had AIDS, and then Gena Rowlands played his mother, who she's so good. I mean, she's just so good in everything. But his mother, who is learning from her son and understanding about things that she was wrong about, and how like somebody playing a role like that in the 80s has an effect on people in society who watch that film and relate to the character of Jenna Rollins and go, wow, I also, you know, these are also things that I thought, or I just seeing this being played on the screen makes me think a different way. And having that representation, I mean, we talk all the time about why representation is important. And film is something where it's important to know those watershed moments where it's like, here's the first time that, a film showcased blah, 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 blah. Or like, this is a filmmaker who really brought stories of, stories of Black people in Harlem to life. Or with Jenna Rollins, we talked about her body of work and how she very specifically played difficult women, but women who are would be deemed difficult in society, and she played them because she loved to play them, and how she brought such a humanity to female characters who either were on the verge of madness because of mental health struggles, or because of age, or because of status, or because they're just responding to a world that very specifically is dictating what they can and cannot do. She was not one to shy away from a challenge, no. And so in addition to this film that she did, that was the first movie to deal with the AIDS crisis at a time when misinformation was running rampantly, she also did a film in the 1970s where she played one half of a lesbian couple raising 3 children from former marriages, ends up having to go to court because she's being sued for sexuality. She's being sued for custody, but her sexuality, her and her wife's sexuality, partner sexuality, is on trial at the trial. And you think about a film like Anatomy of a Fall, which came out last year, was my favorite film of the year, is a very, very different film from the film that Jenna Rollins did, A Question of Love. But it was the same, similar themes of, here's a woman who, her husband is dead, but she is the one who is on trial, not as did you murder him, did you not, but on trial as far as her being a wife and a mother, which is what is on trial. Her sexuality, her being bisexual, her having multiple partners is what's on trial. And, it's something where I'm not saying that directly Anatomy of a Fall was influenced by A Question of Love. And it's not that A Question of Love was the first film to have a lesbian couple in it, but the fact that it was still groundbreaking in that it's a film featuring a lesbian couple who are going to court for a custody battle, and their sexuality is what is actually is what is on trial. And this was a film that came out in the 1970s. So imagine being a lesbian in the 1970s, and you see a film like A Question of Love. And this is something that you may never have seen represented on screen before. So anyway, I am just going on and on about why I really do believe that it's important to understand film history and to know like where things come from. Like we wouldn't have this if it weren't for that. This is, this was a watershed moment in representation. This is someone whose work you should absolutely know, because of the influence that they had on not just this industry, but their films influencing society, etc., etc. Somebody asked me, are you an act? Yes. Indeed. All right, guys. That's the end of that. Rest in peace. Rest in peace to Jenna Rollins. Nobody like her. No one like her. No one who just exuded glamour in every shot while also playing just such remarkable characters and ones who are doing things that are not glamorous. All right, I'm trying to decide what to do next. We could play a little Walking Dead, even though I don't think I'll play the whole thing. I could just stop streaming because I got to do streamer events tomorrow. Thank you for all the work you do to tell us about these legends. You got it. You got it. Thank you for listening. Yeah, I gotta go win the Olympics. I know. She was also great as a voodoo witch in the 2000s. True. Invadas, thank you for the raid. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta. What time is it? 11. Yeah, I think I'm good. I think I'm gonna leave it there. I think I'm gonna leave it there. If everyone's cool. I mean, not everyone's cool. I say that as like everyone will be cool. I don't know. Let me. No. Another successful Jazz Friday. Thank you guys for joining for Jazz Friday. I hope you enjoyed Jazz Friday. It was a great one. I guess I will raid into... Yeah, I probably need to go so I can figure... I'm like really debating. I am the most indecisive person. I should probably go finalize my decision too for the DNC. Yeah, I'm going to try not to leave my microphone on this time when I end stream. How fun was that? Not that it was anything bad, but I'm like, well, 2 years into streaming and I have not learned. Good stream in tribute. Well, I'd like to try to squeeze in a stream tomorrow night. I'll be back very late. So I don't know. It's to be determined, but I'm going to be gone for the next 2 days. It's kind of a bummer. So do that laundry in your bed. I know. It's all socks. It's not even laundry. It's just socks that I haven't folded yet. Gaming stream tomorrow. Yeah. I mean, if I get back and am able to stream, it'd probably be there. Just maybe we do movie night or gaming or whatever. Anyway. All right. Well, I'll see you guys tomorrow. And by that, I mean, please cheer me on tomorrow in the Streamer Olympics. Gina Rollins raid. It's Jenna. She is one of those names where you look at it and you want to say Gina, even though it's Jenna. Like Gina Rollins. Anyway, okay, cheer for me tomorrow. I'll see y'all. When I see you, I'll communicate in Discord. Bye!